Hey, welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the Brookstone Bards All Request Rock and Roll Piano Show. Today is very, very special. Obviously, last week, Songworks Volume 2 finally released, and tonight we're actually going to celebrate. I've got Art here in the ether. Art, say hello.
Hello, Bards.
There he is. So welcome in, everybody who's watching, and I hope that we'll grab some other people during the duration of the show. I will run the like actual hey, we're starting the show video in a little bit, but I want to give a chance to get people in here and say hello and all that stuff. So tonight is very special. We're going to be breaking down Songworks Volume 2 track by track. We'll show you the video of the original demo performance of the song, and then right after it we'll play the studio cut of the song, and you can see how things are different. And of course, you can talk to us and ask us questions. Let us know things that you heard, differences that you heard between the demo and the studio cut. Let's just hang out. You notice I'm sitting over here tonight. I'm not at the piano, and Art is watching from home and hanging out. And we got Rock the Piano's got front row seats. Caffeine's here, lurking at dinner time. Nice. So yeah, that's what's happening. How's everybody doing tonight? How are you doing, Art?
I'm living a magic life, Pete. How are you?
Is it magic?
Or is it magical? Tough to say. Depends on how many beats we need.
Well, we're gonna have at least 10 distinct different beats tonight. So if you're in chat right now and you've heard the album, let me know in chat what you guys thought. I feel like now I'm gonna sit here and wait while people type.
So, Pete, while they're typing, do you have any specific memory that stands out for you during the recording of one of the songs or this process?
Yes, I do actually. I think there were a lot of really, really good memories, but I think my favorite one was at the end of the reset session when James went, "Come here, I have a thing."
You're talking about when James, yeah, and we were all sitting around, and everybody's trying to figure out if they can actually play another instrument along with it.
Right? Right? And it's like, "Oh shit, James, you've written this. We're going full prog." And of course, Chris, whose primary background is R&B, funk, jazz, is going, "Okay, what do I play on this?" And Matt is like, Matt on drums, he's very much a prog guy, but he's like, "That lick is sick, dude. What if I did something like this?" And then to watch them from the booth just kind of put it together and make this cool thing that ended up being the end of Reset just made me happy, because it was I had mentioned it to you after later that it really was one of those in the spirit of the organic nature of the songs, that we wrote them in front of people on the show, and then we took them in the studio and we're writing them again with the musicians that we've tasked to play it. And then the full meta loop, now the musicians are writing parts to add to what we've already done. And the whole thing just kind of happened organically. None of that was talked about ahead of time. Hey, GPD, thank you for that sub, buddy. Appreciate you.
You know what I wish we had some pictures of or some footage of was all of us sitting around and James hunched over and he's got his guitar in his hand and he's playing this part for us just on the electric guitar, not plugged in, because we're all sitting outside. And Chris is trying to imagine the bass part, and we're all like, there are no instruments, but we're all imagining what could be in the space that James was creating with that piece. And
Yeah.
I hated the piece at first. I think we got into an argument about it
Mm-hmm.
the night before about whether it should be included because I was like, man, I'm just not digging it. Maybe I'll grow into it, but I'm not into it because I'm
Mm-hmm.
not as prog metal as
Right.
as perhaps some of you guys are.
Right.
But you know what,
I
man?
know it rubbed you the wrong way the first time you heard it. It was like, this doesn't belong. I don't understand this. I don't like it. And I was like, give this time,
Yeah.
man. This is going to be cool. And then, even in the studio, like we had that idea of like, we're going to put some sound effects right there and make that transition over to the other.
Like a
And
scream you were
yeah,
gonna do.
yeah. It was
And
like the digital scream. I was going to like ape the scream from the Matrix when he finally jacks in and all the silver shit's going down his throat and he's like, ah, then it like degenerates into like some sort of bit rate web, dial up
yeah,
internet sound, I was like, I want something
that
like
could have been
that.
awesome.
But I think,
It was too much for me, man. I was
yeah,
like, rah! Imagining you screaming and then have this. It's like, oh my god, I don't want to listen to that. But it turns out I kind of, without the scream, it makes a lot more sense to me.
yeah, putting it, just
Oddly enough.
shoving it together like that and putting making it as just another transition in the song, I think made all the difference. I remember me and Joe sitting there in the studio going, damn, this is a hot rock song.
But there's so many really cool musical moments that work within the context and the structure of the song. And that song, Reset, is all about just what a crap day it's been. And so
Mm-hmm.
having that sort of release at the end of it makes sense. There's another one in End of Day, EOD, which is the rise in the bridge. And the bridge just rises and rises and rises along with this crazy sort of neon glowy metallic sounding solo that James does over it. And it feels like
Yeah.
tension rising, and then it drops off and it's relaxed and it's like, you know what, end of day, man. And I like those moments a lot. I like capturing those moments and imagining them as we have them. It's so cool I think when the music echoes what's going on in the song. I can't remember what word that is that people use for that when.
Motif, I think.
Well,
No.
I mean, like when you say low, 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 high, high, high. When you're singing
Oh.
high and saying high, that sort of thing.
Right. When you're singing like the thing you're
I
doing.
got friends in low
Low places.
places.
Rock Piano says word painting. Hi, Stream Scribe. And hi, Half Pint Carrie. So welcome in. Oh, I didn't want to say, Caffeine said something earlier. He said, what's interesting about this album is how Special K took a leap as a musician. Doing not only the song that we asked her to do, but then doing a duet and then doing harmony tracks on some stuff. Like she really.
Not only that, the duet was her idea.
And the duet was her idea. That's right. She definitely, Special K definitely put a bigger stamp on this record this time. Which I am here for. Like I keep, she says all the time that she suffers from imposter syndrome, and I don't think that's indicative of what she brings to the table. I don't think she's an imposter at all. I think she's amazing, and she has a lot of really good ideas. And of course, I'm not just saying that because I'm married to her. Like she really does have a lot of good ideas where this music is concerned, and what she brought to the table when she sung it all, both on the single that we have out with her and the album last year and then this year. Like, I'm really excited for her. I'm like, I tell her all the time, I'm like, you're a nationally recorded artist, baby. What's up, Muppet Stooges fan? Oh, everybody's coming in and hanging out now.
Yeah, I saw Scribe in here earlier.
Yeah, Scribe made it in.
1.3 thousand people have watched you transcribe our lyrics in the Childish Things video now. So hopefully soon we'll pump that up to 2,000 and maybe even 3.
Yay! Well, I am planning on getting into the studio and finishing that actual album. So with any luck, we'll be able to put out another album by Christmas. That's what I'm looking at right now. Like, nice little Christmas present.
There's some really, really cool things on this album, guys.
Yeah, there is. Oh, Scribe says it plays at the start of every one of my streams. Yay! Well, if it plays at the start of every one of your streams, Scribe, you should stream it from YouTube so we get the views every time you go online. I'm such a poop. He says I do. All right. Well, that's why we've got 1,300 streams.
That explains it. Boom.
There it is. Hey, man, a stream is a stream. A play is a play. I don't even care. Oh, by the way, StreamScribe, turns out this summer, Thurston Howell is going to be in your neck of the woods up there in Syracuse. I know I don't know that you live in Syracuse. I think you live around there. But, yeah, Thurston Howell is going to be at... Hold on a second. Let me find it. Let's see. I just put it in here today. June 19th, 2024 will be at Middle Ages Brewing Company in Syracuse, New York.
That's my birthday. Strangely appropriate.
Nice. Nice. We'll be in Syracuse, New York on June 19th at Middle Ages Beer Hall. Yep. Hey, there's Belter. Belter, of course, the drummer in Thurston Howell, Phineas Wigglesworth the Ninth. All right, I think we got some people in here now. I'm going to roll this intro. Where did I put it? There it is. Here we go. So there you go. That's the intro. The show has officially begun. Welcome in. Tonight is the release party. It's the release party for Songworks Volume 2. We're going to be breaking down all of the songs track by track, listening to the demo first and then the studio cut. And then I want you guys in chat to think of differences that you notice between the demo and the studio cut. We've got Art in the ether. Say hello again, Art, just to make it official now that we've rolled the intro.
Hello again, Art.
So yeah, I had said earlier, if you're joining us and you've heard the album, put your thoughts about it in chat. We're interested to see. We're interested to hear what you guys think about the record. Of course, we obviously like it. You know, we're obviously very excited about it, but you know, you guys are the true test. Do other people enjoy it? I mean, Art and I have said before that we make music that we'd like to listen to. But we hope
for other people like us.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, you know, we hope that other people do like it. And yeah. Hope that you dig it. So I tell you what we're going to do. We'll go ahead and get started. So
what's up first, Pete?
The first track on the album is an album called EOD. That means End of the Day. I believe, Art, was this the first song written for Songworks? I think it was.
Indeed.
This was the first song written for this album. The demo got real close to what eventually became the song. There's a lot of guitar work in the studio cut that obviously isn't in the demo because I don't play guitar. But some of that stuff, some of that guitar vibe that made it onto the studio cut, really served to shape the 80s nature of the tune. And you got anything that you want to say before we start this? Yeah,
man. One thing to listen for as we go through this, guys, it's something that blew my mind after we mastered, because it wasn't as apparent before that, oddly enough, is really how the recordings capture the vibe and the feel of the era in a way that maybe you don't get from the piano vibe itself. I thought that was really cool. And the way that Pete works with his voice in each of the individual tracks. And, I mean, there's a lot to listen for. So, and a lot that we'd love to talk about. So, yeah, if you have any questions, pop them in and we'll have a conversation after.
Yeah, please. That's what this is all about. All right. So, hang on a second. You're not going away. Why aren't you going away? Quit being stupid. There you go. All right. So without further ado, here is the demo for the very first song on the album, EOD. Check it out. Appear to be running, but they're leaving me behind, like I'm standing on the sideline, finding under control myself while I'm trying to keep up with those people who were born to run. Now I'm alone at last. I think about the past and feel like I'm falling. I just tell myself, don't mess around. You got to figure out just what you care about at the end of the day. You got this mother down. There's time to think about what you can live without at the end of the day. Seems like I should be driving, but I'm staring at my thoughts like I'm waiting at the bus stop. Pretty sure no one knows my name, but I told them all before, and I'm tired of playing the game. This feeling shouldn't last. I'm living in the past. The future is calling. I might let it ring. Don't mess around. You got to figure out just what you care about at the end of the day. You got this mother down. There's time to think about what you can live without at the end of the day. Don't mess around. You got to figure out just what you care about at the end of the day. You got this mother down. There's time to think about what you can live without at the end of the day. Don't mess around. You got to figure out just what you care about. You got this mother down. There's time to think about what you can live without at the end of the day. So there you go. That was the demo cut of EOD. Now, Derek actually said, and I do agree with that. I feel like the original versus album, this song might be the closest one sound wise. I think that's true. This song, especially like arrangement wise and the way I played things. No, Lime, that was not live. See, Lime jumped in when that was going on and thought that was the show. No, that's not live. This is live. This is live right here. But I think arrangement wise, it didn't change. Like the studio cut stayed pretty much just like that. You have anything
was that
to
the
add?
first one we recorded?
I think so. I think it was kind of just the first all around. I think we celebrated it like, you know, hey, this was the first one we did. So this is the, you know, everybody understood it like really quickly. So this song got recorded real fast in the studio.
It's a pretty easy one to figure out. We didn't depart a whole lot from what you would expect from the genre in this one.
Nope.
It's just kind of nice and straightforward bopper.
Yeah, this one clocks in at 3 minutes, 18 seconds. So yeah, it really is like bopper lead off pop song. So yeah, I'm going to play the studio cut. Are you guys ready? Here is the studio cut. The studio cut of EOD. Whoops, that's my fault. Hold on one more second. Sorry. Here we go.
Oh, right. You don't have a video.
I appear to be running, but they're leaving me behind, like I'm standing on the sideline. Find it hard to control myself while I'm trying to keep up with those people who were born to run. Now I'm alone at last. I think about the past and feel like I'm falling. I just tell myself, don't mess around. You got to figure out just what you care about. At the end of the day, you got to small it down. There's time to think about what you can live without. At the end of the day, seems like I should be driving, but I'm staring at my thoughts like I'm waiting at the bus stop. Pretty sure no one knows my name, but I've told them all before, and I'm tired of playing the game. This feeling shouldn't last. I'm living in the past. The future is calling. I might let it ring. Don't mess around. You got to figure out just what you care about. At the end of the day, you got to smother it down. There's time to think about what you can live without. At the end of the day. Without the end of the day, don't mess around. You got to figure out just what you care about. At the end of the day, you got to smother down. There's time to think about what you can live without. Oh, oh, oh. At the end of the day.
So there you go. That was EOD. Save the coolest licks for the fade out. So yeah. So first of all, James Nelson is a monster. like that. The fact that James said yes to being on that recording and just. Yeah, the fact that he says yes to the whole thing, and he just he does all this amazing shit in the studio, but yet will still turn right around and do exactly what we want when we ask him to do something.
And bring his A game.
Like he's James, I've said it many times before, but I'll say it in this too. James is my favorite guitar player in Charlotte. He's probably the best guitar player I've ever worked with. Like, because he's also the guitar player for Abacab, as you guys know. But yeah, having him in the studio and having him be a part of those ideas and he has like a preternatural talent for playing exactly what the song needs. It's wild. He didn't have to try very hard or very many times to get the thing that eventually ends up on the recording. I didn't feel. What do you think, Art?
We say that, but that guy spends hours at night practicing his ideas. So, I mean, never underestimate the amount of practice that goes into being ready for something like that, guys. It's not just innate inborn talent.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, I mean, Well, I mean, some of it is he's a very talented dude, but he absolutely does sit at home and practice. Like he's a very practicing dude. And that's one of the reasons his chops are so damn good, is because he's really, really good at it all the time. What's up, Davey? Let's scroll back. Some people were saying some stuff in here. Streamstripe says, if Pete were cool, this is what he would sound like. Caffeine says that electric guitar on top of things is fantastic. Fuck yeah, it is. Coach still cannot find any moments of Knuckles. As Streamscribe said, this is why studio time is so expensive. Yep. Rock the piano. No, that solo did not suck. You are correct. Caffeine, were the rapid fire vocals part of the demo? I think there was a little bit on the end of.
He's talking about the stuff at the end. Right?
Yeah, there was a little bit of that on the demo, I think, but we refined it and kind of honed it in the studio how we thought it should sound. The cut of me doing the demo is a one take how I was feeling at the time. That's one of the things that I definitely wanted to show you guys, is that how things change from when we initially conceive it versus what ended up on the page. And I wanted to do this one-for-one comparison, because some of you who've been following this for a long time might just hear the natural evolution of, hearing it for the first time, hearing me play it on the show, hearing me play it on the show since we've recorded it, and then obviously to the studio cut. But yeah, playing them back to back like that, I'm very interested to hear what you guys think about the changes that got made from one to the next. This one actually, the next song, in fact, I should just hit the button here. Yep. So the next one is Kite and Key. That's the next song on the studio cut. This is not that. I don't believe this is the next song we did. I think the next one we did was Lights in the Window, but I felt like.
That's right. Lights in the Window was a turning point for us with the idea box.
Yes, it was. That changed. That one kind of changed everything. We can talk about that when we get closer to, or when we get to that track. It's up here in a couple, but Kite and Key, this one was just kind of fun to write. Like once we got into the center section and started making it all yacht rock and stuff in the middle there, and I really enjoyed writing this song. All your metaphors, the metaphors you kept coming up with about electricity and attraction and not quarks, but I don't know.
Actually, quark. Charm and the strange quark. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'll be the charm that attracts your strange. Yeah. Oh, Coach wants to know if I've been wearing this shirt since last Thursday. No, it is kind of funny that I wore it on Thursday. I was not thinking about that today, but no, I actually did laundry yesterday. So this clean. It smells nice. Davey says Kite and Key is funky. Yeah, it is now. I don't know that it was. And that's what you're going to hear versus the demo versus the track. Is I don't think the original was that funky.
You remember your original guitar line, your original piano line was just the
the telegraph. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's going to be kind of fun to hear. Tell you what, let's play the demo for Kite and Key, and then we'll come back to this one. All right, here we go.
Walking the nameless streets of some city, just getting lost can comfort a man. With you and me disconnected, going to ground with nowhere to stand. If I could fly, I'd ride with the lightning, where I could touch you with barely a thought. In my rambling path between heaven and earth, I could could strike anywhere, and I'd find you wherever you are. Been aiming high without a direction, settling low but hoping for more. A victim of natural selection, flying my kite and key in a storm. If I could fly, I'd ride with the lightning, where I could touch you with barely a thought. In my rambling path between heaven and earth, I could strike anywhere, and I'd find you wherever you are. Might even believe that we're entangled, our love's subatomic. Maybe we can feel what we can't see. Forever and ever, I'll be a fool for your foolish ways. Riding the night that you called your day, lighted with our electricity. Forever and ever, I'll be the charm that attracts your strange, turning you on to the spark in your veins, starting your heart with the charge that remains. Forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever. If I could fly, I'd ride with the lightning, where I could touch you with barely a thought. In my rambling path between heaven and earth, I could strike anywhere, I'd find you wherever you are. Wherever you are.
Yeah, look at that little mischievous smile.
Yeah, right. That little smile at the end. Oh, Derek says, so opposite of EOD, I feel like this song changed the most from original to studio cut. I would disagree with that only because of when we get to Reset and what Reset sounds like versus what it became. But
Or
this,
when I was in terms of structure.
or when I was in terms of structure, that's correct. Yeah, but this song, like, I did that telegraph stuff, and it was very representative of the, you know, the electricity, the telegraph kind of shit that we had thought about for the messaging in the song. But then once we got in the studio, there
James
was
hit.
yeah, James and Chris started doing this, like slapping, like he was doing this slappy pop shit, and you know. James had done like a very stripped back, and that's like there was a lot of space in it. There ended up being a lot of space in it. I really enjoyed that, and I was like, what if I just didn't do the telegraph thing here? And that's how you get this this sweet thing that the song leads off with. Also, Davey says, was it always in the plans to do a Calypso-y bridge? So only kinda. Art and I were actually talking about that during the video. The chords were there for this like lounge, you know, yacht rock style thing, but Art, I think you were saying that your snap pattern when you were singing it to me was kind of reminiscent of a calypso beat.
Yeah, it kind of had that sway to it. And then when we got to the part where I was like, hey, you should do like a Billy Joel kind of, repeat those same 10 chords at the same time, but do like a Billy Joel pattern with them. And you were like, screw it, I'm just going straight forward. You went, dun, dun, dun.
Right.
It's a cool moment.
Yeah, that ended up I really, really, really enjoyed the bridge in this tune. So let me hit you guys with Kite and Key. This is the studio cut of Kite and Key. Here we go.
Walking the nameless streets of some city, just getting lost can comfort a man. With you and me disconnected, going to ground with nowhere to stand. If I could fly, I'd ride with the lightning, where I could touch you with barely a thought. In my rambling path between heaven and earth, I could strike anywhere, I'd find you wherever you are. Been aiming high without a direction, settling low but hoping for more. A victim of natural selection, flying my kite and key in a storm. If I could fly, I'd ride with the lightning, where I could touch you with barely a thought. In my rambling path between heaven and earth, I could strike anywhere, but I'll find you wherever you are. Might even believe that we're entangled, our love subatomic. Maybe we can feel what we can't see. Forever and ever, I'll be a fool for your foolish ways. Brighten the night that you called your day, light it with our electricity. Forever and ever, I'll be the charm that attracts your strange, turning you on to the spark in your veins, starting your heart with the charge that remains. Forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever. If I could fly, I'd ride with the lightning, where I could touch you with barely a thought. In my rambling path between heaven and earth, I could strike anywhere, I'd find you wherever you are. Wherever you are.
Thing keeps playing over. Sorry about that. We'll get to that one. But that was Kite and Key, and like, yeah, there was I guess Derek is right. There were a lot of changes from demo to how that song finally got realized. I came away like loving it. I love that song. I still like that song. It's one of my favorite tracks on the record, just because it's such a bop and it's fun, and it's another one of those, like, for me personally, it's another one of those that ticks off all the boxes of things I like about music. Cool stops, cool, neat little things. You got, really good chords, and yeah, I just like it. How you feel about that one, Art?
Yeah, I was thinking today that that's one of my top two on the album. I think the other one is Reset. Damn it, I enjoy that song, man.
Yeah, Reset has probably turned into my favorite song on the album. I think the addition of all the synthesizers and the rock shit at the end, I think really like took that song over the edge for sure.
I feel like this one and Pushing My Buttons are the two we really went out of our way to create and craft a really, really cool bridge.
Yeah.
And this bridge, to me, it does feel like a departure. It feels like it might be its own self-contained song. Like Davey was saying, the repetition of the forever and ever it adds to the sort of the hookiness of that bridge. And I mean, the departure, the chord structure, I love everything about that bridge, and it enhances the rest of the song, I think.
Mm-hmm.
In what is an otherwise sort of blasé, um, I would say the chorus is kind of blasé. I like the rest of it.
In
The
which song?
chorus, just the
In this
lyrics
one?
in it,
In Kite and
in
Key?
Kite and Key, yeah. I'm just not a huge fan of the chorus because it's just, if I could fly, I'd ride with the lightning. I mean,
Yeah.
ride with the lightning if I could fly. I mean, these are things that I would never say in a song, but it just worked with this one for some
Right.
reason. A bridge makes up for it.
Oh, I remember. Didn't we have a discussion in the writing of this about how trite that was?
And you were like, it's okay, it's okay.
It's all right. It's a trite chorus. It'll be something that sticks in people's heads. Let's go with
Yeah.
it.
And eventually I just surrendered to it and it worked out, I think. I think the bridge really does help bolster the song from being something that's otherwise kind of, nondescript.
Right. One thing I did want to mention about this song. So this was the first song on the album so far. Kite and Key was the first song on the album that featured somebody who wasn't in the Songworks band. The guy playing organ on that is a guy named Philip Howe, who is the sax player and keyboard player for Thurston Howell, the yacht rock band that I'm in. But but he's an absolutely amazing sax player. You'll hear that later too. Amazing keyboard player. And so I said, I wanted some organ in this. I wanted just another color in the arrangement. And I told him, sit down and just, listen to this track a couple times and then just kind of play what you feel like. And then we'll just cannibalize what you did and build a part out of it. And that is exactly what happened. Like he laid down some licks and we're like, man, that's great. Can you do that one again? Oh, can you try that again? And, so we're going back and forth trying things. And then we cobbled together the organ part, which I then told him, I said, okay, so this is the organ part that you officially played. So this time you have to listen to the song and learn that organ part. So when we play it live, you'll know how to play it. But yeah, that was Philip Howe. And I think the addition of the organ on Kite and Key really, really kind of pops it up on the thing. Pops it up on the, what am I even trying to say? Takes it to the next level. That's what I was trying not to say. Takes it to the next level. I didn't want to say that. But yeah, what's up? Triple T, welcome in. And did I see your, yeah?
Got some of the Twitch writers here.
Yep. Triple T is getting married on the 14th of June, and you found out you're expecting the patter of a really tiny feet 4 weeks due in December. Triple T, welcome. That's great. Congratulations. And we see Keither in here. Hello, Keither. Oh, they're talking about the next song on the record. Tuba Dudes, thank you for that sub, buddy. Welcome in. You're just in time, Tuba. We've only done 2 songs so far. So we've got the next one up. The next one is
probably our most recognizably genre.
Oh, say that again. You cut out.
And with the
the
most recognizable genre.
Oh, your voice is cutting in and out, buddy. There you go.
It's probably this mute thing. The most recognizably genre song that we've got, I think, is this one coming up. And I think we treat it respectfully, though. So it could have easily been a sardonic take on what the type of song that it is. Right. But instead, we turned it into an actual song just using the tropes of the genre. And I really enjoy that about this one.
Yeah. So on the last album, we had Sugar Rush, which is essentially chat trolling me about the fall that I took in Walmart a couple years ago. And, that's whatever. We turned it into I think Sugar Rush is a super fun song. I really enjoyed actually conceiving that one. It was you guys talking about, write a song about how much I hate Don't Stop Believing. But then Chris's kid, Revs Des Chem, I think is their username in chat. They suggested us doing a 60s vibe. And we're like, 60s vibe about how much I hate Don't Stop Believing. Huh. And then, because that was Derek's idea, we decided to call it Derek's song. So, Derek, you are forever immortalized in this one right here. So, the 60s vibe of a song about how much I hate Don't Stop Believing that we turned into an actual song that had meaning and depth. Good job, Art, on that one, actually. Yeah.
Another challenge accepted, peeps. Another
Right?
challenge conquered.
Man, I feel like this album just on a whole is just a series of challenges. Every single one of the songs on this was like, how are we going to make this one different and cool? How are we going to make this one different and cool? Oh, Derek said, I missed the end of the stream. When Art named it after me, I learned about it in the VOD. Yeah, so everybody right here, this is Derek from the Derek from Derek's song. This is it right here. Here is the video for I Stopped Believing. Well, I was craning my neck as you do on the side of the road, walking with my old shoes, singing bad blues out of control. And I didn't know it then, but you take this traveler home. I was looking for a pause in the battle, you were waving a flag. 10 miles home or I can sit in the saddle, let me just grab my bag. And so I stopped believing I had to walk this path alone, just a long and winding road that I could not see ever ending. I stopped believing despite that stupid song, and I'll listen attentively but always get it wrong. Ooh. Well, I was facing my days, going no place without a home, but you softened my heart when I thought I was bad to the bone. And I didn't know it then, but I hated living life on my own. It seemed like I was winning the rat race, picket fence and a flag, hiding loneliness in every crawl space, one more cat in the bag. Because I stopped believing I had to walk this path alone, just a long and winding road that I could not see ever ending. I stopped believing I can't hear that stupid song, and I listen attentively but always get it wrong. And I still sing along. You were always to blame for my plans and my pain, and I never forgot what you brought to the game. Just close your eyes, I'm going away. Because I stopped believing I can't keep telling you lies. Babe, I recognize that you are only trying to love me. I stopped believing, but I kept playing along. I couldn't stand the melody, but I still sang your song. I stopped believing that a pop song got it right. I don't wanna start a fight, but silence is intimidating. I stopped believing I pretended for too long that I enjoyed the melody, but I still hate that song. I always got it wrong. So long. Ooh. And I stopped believing.
That's why they call you Magic Fingers Pete.
That's right. I'm Magic Fingers Pete. Keither. Derek says, Art, I remember in the end of the VOD, you got him to do this song. You got him to do this song with him say, I stop believing. Yeah, no. No. Yeah, I know. I did do that. I did do the perform it that way one time. But yeah, that's a little too on the nose for the recording, I think.
But it did make it to the half-hour edit. That's the version we have at the end of the half-hour edit.
That's right. Yeah, if you guys go on to Art and Pete's YouTube page, which I will give you one of these. There you go. You can go to the channel. I forgot to put the playlist as a Nightbot command. Oops. But if you go to our channel, we've actually got half an hour webisodes of the making of each one of these songs. So we address a lot of the stuff that you guys said, and you can see the process change over time, and there's lots of cool asides and things. You know, it's fun. It's a good watch, especially if you were there. The shows were like 6 hours, and Art skillfully edited them down to under a half an hour, which I think is absolutely fascinating. But yeah, if you go on
only
there,
90 hours work.
Yeah, only 90 hours work. No big deal. No big deal. But yeah, Art did a lot of work and parsed all of those writing shows down to a half an hour, and they are a series of webisodes on YouTube. You can go to the playlist. It's on the writing, not on writing. That is a totally different author's thing.
That's Stephen King's thing. Yeah,
that's Stephen King's thing. That's right. I was trying not to bring it up so that we wouldn't get sued or whatever. But yeah, so the playlist is called The Writing of Songworks Volume 2. You guys should go check it out. Well, we haven't got to the harmonies yet. I know Derek's listened to it already, but I will talk about that after we do this song. So now this is the studio cut. So now we've taken it in the studio and with a guitar and bass and drums got to really refine what we believed a 60s sound sounded like. And so here's I Stopped Believing, Derek's song.
Well, I was craning my neck as you do on the side of the road, walking with my old shoes, singing bad blues out of control. And I didn't know it then, but you take this traveler home. I was looking for a pause in the battle, you were waving a flag. 10 miles home where I can sit in the saddle, let me just grab my bag. And so I stopped believing I had to walk this path alone, just a long and winding road that I could not see ever ending. I stopped believing despite that stupid song, and I listen attentively but always get it wrong. Ooh. Well, I was facing my days, going no place without a home. Well, then you softened my heart when I thought I was bad to the bone. And I didn't know it then, but I hated living life on my own. It seemed like I was winning a rat race, picket fence and a flag, hiding loneliness in every crawl space, one more cat in the bag. Because I stopped believing I had to walk this path alone, just a long and winding road that I could not see ever ending. I stopped believing I can't hear that stupid song, and I listen attentively but always get it wrong. But I still sing along. You were always to blame for my pains and my pain, and I never forgot what you brought to the game. Just close your is intimidating. I stopped believing, I pretended for too long that I enjoyed the melody, but I still hate the song. I always get it wrong. So long. Ooh. I stopped believing.
Hey, I did it. I stopped it when it was supposed to be stopped. Davey says, the lyrics just hit. Every line just fits every other line. Very well written. Thank you. Oh, yeah. So I stopped it on what it was supposed to be. It was good. I stopped believing before the next song came on. I think I'll just do that. You know, if you want to hear the song actually just complete, I'm afraid you're just going to have to go buy it. Which, hold up. So y'all know what we're doing. There it is. Oh yeah. I stopped believing. Do I stutter? So yeah, so there you can see how the song obviously changed from the vibe that I was putting on in a piano to the actual recording where there not being any piano in it at all. It became the that 60s tack organ kind of sound. Derek actually touched on this. So I have a question about the evolution of a song in studio. How much did this song change from the first studio cut that I may or may not have heard? Well, the cat's out of the bag. Because the song was named after him, Derek actually was the only person out there who got a sneak preview of what that song sounded like before, I believe before the vocals were done. You heard it with a scratch track and then my harmony track. The song actually got the new vocals. It kept my harmony track and we turned it down. And then we had 3 other people. We had our own beloved Special K. Kristen was on it. Shayna Blake, a singer who you will hear sing lead on a song towards the end of the album. And my partner in crime over at Thurston Howell, the lovely and talented Gigi Dover, who is the female, let's say, Leona Love in Thurston Howell. So I got when I grabbed musicians for this project, because Art lives in Chicago, like Art doesn't really know all of the people down here, and I have connections with everybody. So he largely left it up to me to go grab people I thought were going to be good for the album. And when it came to female vocals, it was like, well, obviously Special K is going to do it. I can ask Gigi from Thurston Howell. That'll be super cool. And Shayna's already in here for the lead track on When I Was. So, hey, why don't you just throw harmony on this? And then we built this whole like female background chorus on it. And then so turned me way down. So my original harmony tracks are just giving it kind of a foundation, but their tracks are sitting on top. So it sounds nice and full and very female forward, which gives it the, the girls in the dresses and with the condenser mics, in the back, which I really liked. I liked leaning into that on the, where you going? Oh, where you going? Where we put kind of a Victrola kind of sound on it. And I thought that was pretty neat too. But yeah, that's my thoughts about I Stopped Believing. What do you have to say about this, Art?
I was really impressed with the harmonies y'all came up with because those were written on the fly.
Yes.
And we had we were singing along in the car, guys, when we went and recorded. We would have fresh recordings at the end of every session and sit and listen in the car and sing along with them and imagine harmonies and stuff. And the harmonies that we imagined in the car were completely different from this. So it was a real pleasure to get to hear these. I don't want to call them symphonic because clearly they're not, but in a sense, it was a symphony of voices that Pete was controlling there, and I really enjoyed discovering that over the course of the song.
I do. I found that I really enjoyed like chorus writing. You know what I mean? Like constructing harmonies and hearing the, keeping the parts like traditional. Rock the Piano knows what I'm talking about. Like that traditional chorus writing where the soprano stays where the soprano's at, and there's not a lot of diving around. They stay in their lane. Everybody stays in their lane to make the next chord, so forth and so on. I really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. I just love writing
Gonna
music.
get to a little bit more of that when we hit mutual friends, because we're doing a barbershop quartet type thing with that.
Yeah.
I was listening to it the other night. It's just, I think it's going to be fantastic, but
Oh, yeah.
that's neither here nor there. Please
I know.
feel free to continue.
I want my buddy's real barbershop quartet to actually sing that. So, Derek says, so I have to say, in the demo track, you were laughing at Ken at, wait, what? You were laughing at Ken at least you have all those photos. So one, what was that a reference to? And two, what was the decision to leave little comments at the end of some songs? I don't know that I know what you mean, Derek.
Well, Destroyer's the obvious one.
Oh.
And then there's the Nintendo comment at the end of Pushing My Buttons.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. Okay. Yes. At the end of the demo track, there was a laughter, laughing at something. And I said, well, at least you have all those photos. We were, somebody was, I think it was during I don't know when it was during. Somebody was taking pictures during the thing on a vocal track that I boffed. And I said, well, at least you have all those pictures of me singing it into the thing. There was no Ken.
There was a Tom.
There was a Tom. Maybe his name wasn't Ken. Oh, yeah. For context, that actually makes a little more sense. All right. So the next song up will be, this was the turning point. This was the second song written for Songworks Volume 2. And this session bore the idea box, the way we continued to work later. We had not always been on point with gathering everyone's ideas and making sure that everything that was getting said, we worked into the song in some way or another. We wanted to make sure we had a living document of stuff to go back to and pull from, so that we could be more inclusive of the work that was there. And, Derek, this song was my first ever Songworks stream, and it scared me a little. Yeah. Yeah, we got a little heated on this. If you watch the webisode, we actually talk about this, talk about that show a little bit. There was many differences of opinion on what should have been happening with this song. Hi, Hopscow. And it was, so all of that stuff notwithstanding, I think the resultant song ended up being like, oh, wow, okay, we did, like Special K was afraid that we hadn't taken the best advantage of the riff that I had come up with. And there was it was sad versus happy. And there was a lot of shit going on, in the writing of this particular song. But I think ultimately the song came out better than that show would have you believe. But that's, to me, and Art, you can weigh in on here, but to me, that's what, creating with other people and letting people into the process, even your own partners, can kind of be a stressful thing sometimes, because you're out here wearing your creativity on your sleeve, and, it's easy to feel burned or slighted by something when something goes one way or the other. I don't know. What do you think, Art?
That's something to really think about too, because if you think about people being on different wavelengths, you can really see it in the writing process. Sometimes Pete and I were on the same wavelength and we came together very quickly and it ended up being a 2 hour writing session. And sometimes like with this one and what was the other one we had? It was The Lesson with that one when we were on completely different wavelengths and we were experiencing that dissonance. And if you think about it in terms of music, it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
We have that dissonance and we just need to either make it work or give up. And with the show, we didn't have the option of giving up. We didn't give ourselves that out.
Right.
So we had to fight through it. And sometimes we fought through it and y'all saw everything.
Yeah.
Well, every time we fought through it, y'all saw everything.
Well, but that's also, to me, that is an important part of the process. That's the naked baby photos. That's
why we're here. We're revealing the process to you guys.
What they say, warts and all, I guess you would say.
Exactly. Because it's not always just rainbows and sunshine,
That's
as much as we wish it would be.
Sometimes it's compromise that moves us along. I had to finish the Maroon 5 quote for you. Did you even catch that?
It works.
Not always rainbows and butterflies. It's compromise moves us along. Yes, exactly, Caffeine. Now, Caff, I want to address what you said there. When you're writing, producing a song, and say Art wins an argument, do you get to win the next one? No. Yes, no. I mean, there's no. See, I mean,
we experience the trade-off to some degree.
Yes, there's trade-off.
Yeah. When it's time to not push my opinion, and I think Pete feels the same way.
Yeah, and the more years go by that you and I work together, we've started delineating those, or the lines of demarcation have gotten fewer and fewer.
It's just where do you push, where do you pull, and how strongly do I really feel about this particular artistic opinion? Mm-hmm. Sometimes you push for something because it's so clear in your mind, you can hear it happening. And I have few of those moments, and Pete has few of those moments. And it's when you butt up against that moment, you don't push. You don't say, that vision's not going to work. What you say is, let's listen to that and see if it works.
Let's explore.
And that gets us through a lot of those issues, because it's not just about, we have to only try one thing. The time in the studio gives us the opportunity to try a few different things. And then having a skilled engineer like Joe work with us, he can do those things so much faster that we hear all the ideas we want to lay out and we can pick and choose instead of deciding beforehand.
That's true. And that's one of the beauty parts about writing this, more or less in committee versus taking it to a studio and now putting the paint job on and putting the cement on. And then when you put all that stuff on it and you find, wait a minute, well, this might look better if we move this over here. Caffeine, no. No. I personally, to some degree, yes. To some degree, yes, but it wasn't about me.
Who was part of that fractured relationship, which is it. So Pete and I had a falling out over
you can tell the story. It's fine. You go ahead.
And Pete had apparently known her for a lot longer, because I was a bit of a wastrel. I was traveling from area to area, ended up in Muncie, and there's everywhere if you move around a lot, you arrive in a place and it's like breaching a cell, right? They have a wall around their community and everybody knows everybody else, and you're the intruder. So the first thing they do is like attack you and make sure that you belong there, And so when I entered the Muncie community and walked into Arby's, I was breaching a cell, and Pete was like, I don't think so, bro. Especially when I started attacking the wrong mitochondria, if you will. So that was the core of the breach. And then she was going to move with me someplace and disappeared off the face, basically ghosted me before ghosting was a thing. And so I moved to that place alone and sat in my bedroom with a blow-up bed and composed this song, Reason.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And then Pete grabbed it 20 years later and said, hey, I'm going to make this different. And it was like, cool.
Right? I remember there was a discussion about, okay, now you know who this is about, right? Like, all right, you know, because I like for you having written that song, but then me having taken it, you know, did some changing and evolving in the both in the writing process and the studio to the song that already existed, that was about the the person that came between you and I. I thought that was a. I mean, I don't want to say the word cathartic, but maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little serendipitous, a little cathartic.
Serendipitous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that, you know, songs like that, song like Reason, which came out before all the Songworks stuff, kind of solidified why Art and I should write together, you know. Davey says, Reason is a personal favorite of mine. I appreciate your willingness to open a memory like that for the sake of a song. I can imagine it's not easy to do. It's definitely easier now that like many decades have passed. You know what I mean? It's not.
Many might be overstating the case a little bit, but a couple, yeah.
Man, I have kids. Many is many. But that thing that happened between Art and I, basically loving the same woman, and all that, like, I don't feel like that is indicative of our relationship today at all. I don't feel that. I honestly.
Can you imagine if it was? Holy crap!
Oh my God, I'd be such a piece of shit. But like,
we wrote Weather Patterns during that time, though, or slightly before it.
Yeah,
and that's the thing, incidentally, that essentially ended our songwriting career together. And
that was the last thing we did, yeah.
And that thing that started it and the thing that ended it brought us back together 18 years later.
I was going to say,
Weather Patterns EP.
Yep, the Weather Patterns EP, and I'm super proud of that. That was a phenomenal fucking little thing we did. Yes, Davey, and Arby's was involved. Art and I worked at the same one. Derek, I will say, after helping with Songworks ideas, when we hit on ideas that reflect personal stories or experiences, the ideas flow easier than other topics. Yes, Caffeine. Art and Pete had a falling out about a girl. Art wrote a song about a girl. Pete finished. Well, it was already finished. I put some candles and some bunting and some trim on it, and that got them back together again. No, we got back together before that. But if you were doing a biopic in the vein of Bohemian Rhapsody, that's the linchpin you would use. That's what would come out. All right, so moving on, it's this song that we've been talking about. Derek, I think that's also true because I do not care for horsey sauce, and I think Art actually likes it, or maybe he doesn't. I'm not sure.
I love these. I put it on everything. I have spare packets laying around.
So yeah, so Derek's assessment is correct. Let's get to the video. This is Lights in the Window. Sit out an empty chair, the place I used to sit. You put my name there like an epitaph. You think I don't care? So many years have passed without my face in the family photograph. I had a near miss, it changed the way I think. Too many chances, a lifetime in a blink. I know I missed them last time they came around. I need to reconcile before I'm in the ground. The landmines and the cannonballs, the old grudge and the war it caused. Might be time to put them all away. Another year I forgot to call.
hang the lights in the window. I'll be coming home today. I'll be coming home today. You offered money, I just needed a friend. Then you forgot me, whatever your intent. No conversation, 'cause I was too intense. Your blank expression killed my innocence. So every year I pulled my excuses out and decorated my lonely tree, and I pretended my solitary life was open-ended instead of ending me. The landmines and the cannonballs, the old grudge and the war it caused, might be time to put them all away. Another year I forgot to call and hang the lights in the window. I'll be coming home today. I'll be coming home today. I'll enter slowly, one stranger coming through, afraid you'll judge me the way I'm judging you. I'll sit in corners and glance around the room. You'll think I'm not enough, I think that may be true. But when I sneak in, your smiles are warm and kind. I take the empty chair and let the past unwind. We finally draw out a map of our mistakes. Those many missteps won't be the path we take. The landmines and the cannonballs, the old wars, let's forget them all. We can hide the battle scars away. This year I don't have to call. I see the lights in the window. There are no more words to say. I found my way home today.
And we're back. And we're back. Yeah, I know, right? Art and I were discussing something before the video got done about a moment in the video when a resolution happens, and he thought it was funny. Music resolution. I don't know why I need to tell that story. Anyway, that was Lights in the Window, the demo cut. Now, in terms of arrangement, the arrangement of that tune is pretty much the same from the album. I think the video is like 4 minutes, 30 something seconds. And the cut of it, the studio cut, is 4 minutes, 39 seconds. So what's up, Rahomo? Thank you for that sub, buddy.
It was written in December, close to Christmas. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So it kind of turned it into a Christmas tune.
Which will be more obvious when we play the studio cut, hopefully.
Right. So this is also one, the neat thing about this one is this is also a song that I feel like changed for the absolute better in the studio. The way this song came out in the studio really has a melancholy and a mood to it that is just, I don't know. This song is a vibe. This song makes Cassidy shed a tear a little bit. Actually, this song makes her sad. So here is Welcome in Rahomo. Thank you for subbing. I just want to make sure I said that. Love your face. Now we're going to play the studio cut of Lights in the Window. Here we go.
Set out an empty chair, the place I used to sit. You put my name there like an epitaph. You think I don't care? So many years have passed without my face in the family photograph. I had a near miss, it changed the way I think. Too many chances, a lifetime in a blink. I know I missed them last time they came around. I need to reconcile before I'm in the ground. The landmines and the cannonballs, the old grudge and the war it caused. It might be time to put them all away. Another year I forgot to call. Hang the lights in the window. I'll be coming home today. I'll be coming home today. You offered money, I just needed a friend. Then you forgot me, whatever your intent. No conversation, cause I was too intense. Your blank expression killed my innocence. So every year I pulled my excuses out and decorated my lonely tree. And I pretended my solitary life was open-ended instead of ending me. Landmines and the cannonballs, the old grudge and the war it caused. Might be time to put them all away. Another year I forgot to call. Hang the lights in the window. I'll be coming home today. I'll be coming home today. I'll enter slowly, one stranger coming through, afraid you'll judge me the way I'm judging you. I'll sit in corners and glance around the room. You'll think I'm not enough, I think that may be true. But when I sneak in, your smiles are warm and kind. I take the empty chair and let the past unwind. We finally draw out a map of our mistakes. Those many missteps won't be the path we take. The landmines and the cannonballs, the old wars, let's forget them all. We can hide the battle scars away. This year I don't have to call. I see the lights in the window. There are no more words to say. I found my way home today.
That's a pretty damn delicious counterpoint there at the end, isn't it?
Dude, yes, 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 yes. Like that is one of those songs. Like, and with us writing, like that is one that I think we took everything that was going on, and there is a legit story being told there, both lyrically and musically. The after the fact, like when we laid down the parts for the song, if you remember, like we kind of laid parts down to everything, and then had James do some of the little guitar things, the do 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 do, those little things like that. But then, like in the studio, when we really got into the nitty gritty of mixing it, like the way the bass part shifts at the beginning of the third verse, and then the way the band drops out and is just the bass guitar, or the guitar and the organ drop out, and it's just the bass and drums, and then the other comes back in. It's almost like that's the denouement. That's the moment they open the door, and then everything is cool, and this warmth comes back to the song. And then you hear the sleigh bells, because Christmas, and the oohs that I put in there trying to make it like carolers outside. Then the resolution, the turnaround on the chorus is actually different than it is the other two times it happens in the song. Then there's Christmas music overlaid at the end. Just awesome. I had the best time in the studio making this song happen. Like after the fact, after we were already done playing instruments, like just playing with faders. What did Joe call it?
Subtractive, yeah.
Subtractive arrangement.
Where mixing.
Yeah, where you take something away rather than turn it up and make it louder. Like you actually remove it and take it away and see how that changes the vibe. And maybe it ends up becoming what you're looking for. And then that big crescendo moment actually turns into a more intimate moment. And then you have Lights in the Window. Like I love, arrangement wise, I'm pretty proud of that one. And
there's something interesting about this song and When I Was, and the similarities that these two share is that one, they're fundamentally story songs, and two, they both lack a bridge. And what that lends to the process, and the aside here is interesting because Sting, if you ever listen to Sting talk about the writing process, he talks about a song being a puzzle that you create for yourself. And that's what we do as songwriters, is create puzzles that we then have to solve. Well, how do I resolve this? How do I make this work? How do I,
Right.
And that's the part I love about it, is problem solving. Well, when you don't have a bridge in a song and it's a little bit long, a story song, you run the risk of something being just droning, just the same thing over and over again. And so part of the fun of getting into the studio and actually doing the production work is making it so that it doesn't drone, is giving each part of the piece its own identity. Mm-hmm. And I think that we were very successful with this. And I think that given what When I Was is, and how is that for a grammatically crazy sentence? Given what When I Was is, I think we did a good job with that too.
That is a delightful thing to try to say, to recount. Do it again. Say it one more time. Given what
When I Was is.
What When I Was is.
Given what When I Was is. I think we did a fantastic job with it.
Yeah, dude.
But this one, that's part of the fun of the process, is that you have a puzzle to solve when you're writing it. And then if you make a choice like we did to make it a story song without a bridge, you have an entirely different set of problems to solve when you actually go in and engineer it.
Yeah. Yep. But I think the proof is that, like, we pulled it off. I think Lights in the Window is to me is a standout moment on this record that came from the darkest depths that we as a creative team have sunk to be in, like, a true, actual, no pun intended, light on this album. So that's Lights in the Window. Next up, this is one y'all been waiting on. Y'all know it. Y'all love it. Pushing My Buttons is next on the record. Now, I am not sure when. See, that's the thing. I don't, with the exception of a couple of them, I don't know what order these songs were written in. So what number was this?
I think this was number 4. I could be mistaken about that, but it was earlier on because we didn't get around to doing the perspective stuff until a little bit later on with the song that Kay did, Foolish Minds.
Right.
We wrote that, and then that led to us writing the lesson. This was, I think number 4. I could be mistaken.
So this song actually started life as a single that was meant to be sung by Omari, the singer of the last of Songworks Volume 1's track Advice. Omari sung that one too. Beautiful job. Absolutely wonderful tune that is. So I had thought that he was gonna sing this one too. It was actually Special K who said, "Why don't we make it into a duet?" She's the one who conceived of the back and forth in the choruses and then coming together for the hook. Special K actually had a lot to do with some of the success of this song.
This was number 5, Pete.
Number 5, the fifth one we did, which is interesting. It's the 5th song on the album. This is track number 5. Almost like Chat likes it when you all do duets. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're good for it. We like it too. And I'm glad that one made it on here because this, to sing a song about, the perfect day outside, you're drinking and smoking and you're at the pool and maybe get your buttons pushed later. Like to sing that with my wife was just really nice. And then to put the whole video game thing on it was just like, yeah, because of course we would, because Art and Pete are fucking nerds.
Yes, we are.
We're absolutely nerds. I'm going to play this video. This is the original demo cut of Pushing My Buttons. What a day, my eyes fixed on the horizon, mixing margaritas by the poolside. Grab a drink, a fantasy of relaxation. Slip into a suit, I'll meet you outside. If you can't beat my high score in the heat of the day, yeah, maybe tonight we can stay in and play. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're making me crazy, and maybe that I've lost a part of my mind. Ooh, what a day. You're walking me through new levels. Pour yourself a glass and would you fill mine? Once again, a new game for us to master. Time to switch from margaritas to wine. When we want to take a short break from the heat of the night, a pause for the cause can make everything alright. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're making me crazy, and maybe that I've lost a part of my mind. Yeah, you're making me crazy, 'cause baby, you're mine. Just say
you take the best of me. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're making me crazy. It may be that I've lost a part of my mind. Oh, darling, you keep pushing my buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're keeping me up late enough, but you know that I really don't mind. 'Cause you're making me crazy, baby, you're mine.
So that's the demo version of Pushing My Buttons. Yes, Rock the Piano. That was a C sharp. That was a C
Oh,
sharp.
Mike
Haywood.
That is coming up. There's a guy named Taryn James. You can look him up. He's got a couple of videos out. He's going to be doing a version of Pushing My Buttons because he's
Yeah,
hooked on
that's
it.
the one he wants to do, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a stripped down sort of poppy R&B version of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Caffeine, even from the start, slip a suit on and join me in the pool is not quite movie-esque, but 30-minute sitcom-esque. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, like everybody in chat, this was one when the idea box was really working. Y'all wanted a song about video games. And then somebody had said song about relationships or perfect day or whatever, like all this kind of stuff. And that's one of the things that I think Art and I do really well. Especially now, since the lights in the window incident gave birth to the new way that Songworks is done. I think one of the things that we've been able to do is really take so many disparate elements, distill them down to their core, and put them into a single package that makes sense. Art, would you agree with that? Because I think
it's a more formalized,
really
way
fucking
of
good
doing
at it.
I mean, when you think back to Warrior, that's essentially what we did with that song. But then we started, I think, second guessing ourselves live. And once we got back to the idea box and formalized the process more, I think it really came out well. But it's essentially the process we started with. It's just that we had to get back around to it. Funny how that works.
Okay, so I want to talk about the studio cut now. So now, the studio cut, for those of you that haven't heard it, is now a duet between me and Special K, my wife, Kristen. And there's an absolutely amazing solo in the middle of it, played masterfully by Mr. Philip Howe on the saxophone. It is the first Songworks song in 2 albums to feature any sort of woodwind instrument. That was actually played in the studio and wasn't some some faux orchestral creation or something, but like a real for real blows his mind out on this sax solo. Iconic, I think, is the word. But this is Pushing My Buttons, the studio cut.
What a day, my eyes fixed on the horizon, mixing margaritas by the poolside. Grab a drink, a fan relaxation. Slip into a suit, I'll meet you outside. If you can't beat my high score in the heat of the day, maybe tonight we can stay in and play. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're making me crazy. It may be that I've lost a part of my mind. Ooh, what a day. You're walking me through new levels. Pour yourself a glass and would you fill mine? Once again, a new game for us to master. Time to switch from margaritas to wine. When we wanna take a short break from the heat of the night, a pause for the cause can make everything alright. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're making me crazy. It may be that I've lost a part of my mind. Yeah, you're making me crazy, 'cause baby, you're mine. Just say what you need. I'll make you believe. Fill my cup right for well of your spring. You take the best of me. You take the best of me. Oh. Buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're making me crazy. It may be that I've lost a part of my mind. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. Darling, you keep pushing my buttons. And you're keeping me up late enough, but you know that I really don't mind. 'Cause you're making me crazy, but baby, you're mine. Ooh, oh, no, baby, you're mine. You wanna go play some Nintendo? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, fun fact about the, no, actually, I was going to say, fun fact about the aside on the end of that song. Me and Kay was actually in here. She was in this room, sitting actually over in her chair over there where she sits, doing her vocals for this. And
we were doing like proof of concept demo shit, how the harmonies were going to sound, so we could play it for Art and be like, this is what we're thinking, this is how we're thinking about arranging this. And at the end of one of the tracks, because we'd been doing this. Okay, there we go. That kind of record, because we're both in this room at the same time. And there really isn't any baffling or anything up in here. So we're like, and at the end of it, right before I clicked it, I go, you want to go play some Nintendo? And I gave her the look, and that laugh is 100% genuine because I was being ridiculous. So yeah, it's 100%. And so we tried to recreate that in the studio when we went to actually lay down the real vocals. We tried to do that again, and it sounded forced. It was lame. And so I said, Joe, do you think you can take the demo track that we did, since we recorded them on this? So, I mean, they were okay. Do you think you could take that and bring that quality up to the quality of the vocals in the song and put that at the end? Because it sounds really good. And he was like, oh, yes. So I gave him the track, and he made the fidelities match, and that's how that ended up at the end. Caffeine, what do your kids think of this song? Well, my kids love it. They think it's romantic that me and mommy and daddy sang a song together to each other, because when we did the vocals for this, we actually, in the studio, I was in one booth, and Art, you remember there was a window right there. I think this was your idea, actually, standing in the thing and in the sound booths with the window between us, looking at each other while we sang. And that really, like, a couple of the takes, I mean, we sang it several times, but like a couple of the first takes where that was like cheeky and funny, some of that made it into the recording. So, aren't you still there, buddy? Or are you just listening to me pontificate?
Yeah, I was listening, man. I really, really appreciate that, that this has become sort of a force in your relationship. I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
And that experience being in the studio together, I mean, that's unique. I love it.
Yeah. It was, this was a lot of fun to do. And then the last day that we worked on it, like it was going to be the lasting mix or whatever. And I had Phil in there to do organ on a couple tunes. And I was like, put your sax in there, man. Put your sax on Pushing My Buttons. And like, he played it 3 times. The third take that he did, that's pretty much the entire solo. He got it musically good. Like there's no other. That last take that he did is the full take of the solo. That's the line he played from beginning to end. No touch-ups. In fact, Joe I said, can we maybe get him to one more time just so we got something? He goes, I don't think it's going to get more musical than that, man. And he was 100% right. He was absolutely right. Oh, Davey says, and you noticed this, Davey, that's awesome. The photo of the 2 controllers used to describe this song on the Songworks Volume 2 cover is equally cheeky. Love it. That's it. Yeah. That was an AI prompt from Art to think about that. Caffeine says it really is a pretty romantic song, and you level up with marriage, house, jobs, kids, retirement, etc. It's so far from a video game song now. Yeah. But the video game metaphor, it's all still in there. That's the great thing about that tune, is that it is all still very much video game metaphor the whole time. I love it. Art, anything else?
The few things I really wanted to capture for that were like with the idea of pushing my buttons. Pretty early on, I attached to that because there's so many different directions you can go with it. Right? It does summarize. It is a video game metaphor in and of itself, and also you've got the pushing my buttons negative aspect and positive aspects of it, and I think that those all got in there. I think they all made it in. I'm proud of these lyrics.
I am too. I think you did a great job. Chat did a great job. These ideas and the way because I love how ultimately art does have to filter what everybody's putting in there through a lens of a creative. I mean, unless it's a really, really good line, a lot of the ideas that come through chat, we can't just take off the page and write exactly like what they said into the thing. Sometimes
it's not every day you get slug in a sweater.
Right? Or a sloth in a trench coat. Like, but yeah, there are some rare instances where that does actually happen, and we pull it directly off the page and put it in the song because it's, this is so crazy, it just might work. All right, next up, this is a fun one, and this is the one the Special K said. There's no reason a song about a cat should be this much of a banger. This is Destroyer, The Destroyer from the Life and Times of Mr. Buttons. I think, Art, you were very much inspired by your own kitties on this, weren't you?
I have spent many, many hours, nay, years, thinking about what it must be like to be a cat. And by God, it all came out. I think it worked out pretty nicely. And a lot of this we did take directly out of the idea box. It was just a matter of mixing it up and combining the ideas so that they would be applicable to both humans and cats.
I thought so this one came to you pretty fast, like in terms of like, what's some shit a cat does?
Oh yeah, I mean,
like chat lit up.
People were talking about that in chat, and it's not often you get a topic that everybody wants to talk about, and it turns out people like talking about their cats.
Yep. So the song about a cat that wants to take over the world, but he can't because he's a cat. Here's the original demo for The Destroyer from the Life and Times of Mr. Buttons.
Hanging on the couch with a snack in my mouth, gnawing and napping my life away. Planning for a future where I rule the house, watching the prey till it's time to play. Think you got me docile, but ready or not, I'm catching the dawn. 'Cause I'm gonna destroy you, knock it all down, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer, giving you the cute eyes, play until you're weak, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer. Tearing down the walls as I sharpen my claws, ready to end all this suffering. Showing off my belly to prime the attack, I'll treat your face like a ball of string. Think you got me docile, but ready or not, I'm catching the dawn. 'Cause I'm gonna destroy you, knock it all down, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer, giving you the cute eyes, play until you're weak, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer. They're all asleep, my time has come. I know there's no way out of this alive, but I got a strong will to survive. If I can't run away, I turn around and fight. No one's gonna take me out tonight. No, no, no. I'ma eat a treat from the palm of your hand, but my evil plan will change everything. You can drug me up, but I'll still hold my own. I carry my blades everywhere with me, stretching in your lap like some innocent thing. Wait till I spring, 'cause I'm gonna destroy you, knock it all down, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer, giving you the cute eyes, play until you're weak, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer, I'm the destroyer, I'm the destroyer, I'm the destroyer.
So that was the demo version of The Destroyer from the life and times of Mr. Buttons.
In concert, it will have a 15-minute back and forth solo section, but we had to cut that out for the album version.
Right,
So don't be
right.
disappointed.
Right. Well, plus that removing that solo section got it down to just like 4:03, just over 4 minutes. So it gets it back into like, okay, pleasant single style territory. Mm-hmm. But I think this, and yeah, Davey, you said earlier, do any of you think Stray Cats hearing this song too? It's a little them. It's a lot George Thorogood and Jethro Tull. I see all of those. The Stray Cats, Stray Cats influence is definitely on my, in my vocal line, not necessarily the pitches that he hits, but like I was thinking of Stray Cat Strut while I was singing this song. Cause I love the way Setzer sings it, you know, and I was trying to bring a little of that to the vocal line, but you know, I am no Brian Setzer, but it was in my head, thinking it when I was singing it. And yes, it is a lot of George Thorogood, which in turn is a lot of John Lee Hooker. So, it has a lot of very much that, and we carried that into the studio. Like we talked to, you know, Chris and James about like, okay, we talked with them about the influences for all of these songs and said, well, Chat wanted the influence to be this, Chat wanted the influence to be that. And this one very much was like I kept calling it Bo Diddley on the show. And I feel stupid because that's not who I meant. I meant John Lee Hooker, but like, I said very much that this is a, you know, John Lee how kind of thing, or ZZ Top, like LaGrange, is that same kind of vibe. And so that's what we were going for with the tune. And I thought, you know, I came around, this is another thing where Art wanted me to try something. And my first blush was, I don't like that. The way the chords rise, that it has to have that like how we delayed that. And at first I was like, that's fucking weird. I don't want to do that. And then I did it a couple times and went, all right, yeah, this can work. And now I can't, like, it's one of those things like I can't imagine the song not doing that now. Like it just is so, it's so great. It's so great.
I am unschooled in the blues. I don't listen to the blues, and I've always found the chord structures they use kind of boring because everybody does the same thing over and over again. And that's what we do at the beginning of the song. And it's great because that's what allows musicians to really just go off on things and explore. That's I think that's how jazz was born, right? Was out of the blues, was that giving them that space to just explore. And then so I love that part of it, but getting away from the idea of it has to be or you know, those patterns that are very familiar. What if we were to use the rise that everybody uses when they're doing a turn, like Pete expected? You expected that for a reason. You expected that to be a turn. To use that in a different way, to me, is part of the fun things. One of the funnest things. Funnest. That's a total word now. One of the funnest things.
It is a word.
About songwriting is just doing new stuff, doing interesting stuff that's not expected. So I was really satisfied with that part of the song.
Yeah, and Coach, he's not actually from Chicago. He just lives there now. He's from Texas.
Yar.
Which I guess Coach would probably just reword. And I was like, nah, I don't know that. There's some Texas blues. Fucking isn't Stevie Ray Vaughan from Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lisu.
Coach unfollows Art Mace.
I know it's crazy, man, but it's like once you hear, it's like Pete with the 1564. Once you hear 40 songs that have done the same thing, it's like, what am I really listening for anymore?
Yeah. No, I have the same. That is like, I think the blues is fun, which is a statement I don't think should be uttered. I don't think there's anything fun about the blues. It's inherently the blues, but it can be fun, I guess. I find the blues fun, but I don't listen to a lot of blues. I feel like there's some exceptional stuff and there's some stuff that just is. I know it's probably a hot take, but I feel like we tried to capture what was fun about the blues in this tune, and I think we did it. Here, I'm gonna play it because we need to listen to it. This is the studio cut of The Destroyer from the life and times of Mr. Buttons.
Hanging on the couch with a snack in my mouth, gnawing and napping my life away. Planning for a future where I rule the house, watching the prey till it's time to play. Think you got me docile, but ready or not, I'm catching the tide. 'Cause I'm gonna destroy ya, knock it all down, there's nowhere to hide. I'm a destroyer, giving you the cute eyes, play until you're weak, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer. Tearing down the walls as I sharpen my claws, ready to end all that suffering. Showing off my belly to prime the attack, I'll treat your face like a ball of string. Think you got me docile, but ready or not, I'm catching the tide. 'Cause I'm gonna destroy ya, knock it all down, there's nowhere to hide. I'm a destroyer, giving you the cute eyes, play until you're weak, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer. They're all asleep, my time has come. No way out of this alive, but I got a strong will to survive. If I can't run away, I turn around and fight. No one's gonna take me out tonight. No, no, no. I'ma eat a treat from the palm of your hand, but my evil plan will change everything. You can drug me up, but I'll still hold my own. I carry my blades everywhere with me, stretching in your lap like some innocent thing. Wait till I spring, 'cause I'm gonna destroy ya, knock it all down, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm a destroyer, giving you the cute eyes, play until you're weak, there's nowhere to hide. 'Cause I'm the destroyer. Ooh, I'm a destroyer. 'Cause I'm the destroyer, I'm the destroyer, I'm the destroyer, I'm the destroyer. Meow! That's it.
That is indeed it.
So we took the subtle approach.
Right? Oh, Great White too, Mike. Yeah. Rock Me. That's yeah, it has that same dun 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 thing. Tammy Becht in the house Welcome in, darling. Yes, it is on Apple Music, and I did post the link there in the chat for you. So now you can guys, if you use Apple Music, go there, give us a little savey save, start playing it.
Howdy, Kenny.
So yeah, that was Giblet's big musical debut. You know, Giblet tradition is, she never wants to sing on the show. She doesn't want. She's like, I have the thing, but we actually managed to get her on the album. That is her screaming "Buttons Get Down" at the end of the song, and she was chosen specifically. I have come up with Giblet as a parent, as a friend, and we have yelled at each other's kids many, many times. And the voice that I hear which commands attention, and I was like, I need that on the. She needs to yell "Buttons Get Down" on the end of the record. Like,
it's strangely soothing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not. In fact, Tammy, the "I Stopped Believing" was already played. That already happened. So the reference to "Don't Stop Believing" actually does get made on this record. Since I know that's where you're going. That also is the Pete Troll song, as "I Stopped Believing." So yeah.
And in fact, there are two references to "I Stopped Believing." The first one is EOD, which was "I Stopped Believing" in reverse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, because the chord progression in EOD is 1-5-6-4 backwards. That was I remember you saying, I know you hate it. Why don't you turn it upside down? Play it backwards, and let's make a song about that, like that. And I'm like, that's fair, because when it's backward with music, since it's backwards, it's out of sense and becomes something else, I think. All right. Next up, Art, we're to it. Art, we're to it. It's time for reset. It's time for reset.
Now, Pete, why did you put this song where you put it? Because I feel like maybe this song sort of resets the record in a sense.
Yeah? Okay, so I put it here because I was trying to, honestly, I was trying to put kind of a 1-2-3 punch of commercially, this is going to sound terrible, but I promise it's not, commercially bankable stuff up front in terms of the way we arranged songs like EOD, Kite and Key, and I Stopped Believing. All three of those are bangers. EOD is very obviously the beginning of the album. There's no other song, I think, that says "Here We Are" as strongly as the beginning of EOD. It's also, a tight little pop song. Kite and Key is a tight little pop song. Kite and Key is actually shorter than EOD and has more going on in it. But the fact that it was shorter and then it's a nice little romp through a ton of chord changes to get you to the end, which is in the end is like bom, bom, bom. It's like, oh my God, that was a ride. And then immediately there's no real cut. Like as soon as, if you listen to this, from beginning to end and you actually start it and let it run, there really isn't a lot of space between the end of Kite and Key and I Stopped Believing. That's also by design, because we wanted to, I wanted to make sure that when Kite and Key hit with that last one, and then the drums immediately kick back in for the next song, I'm like, it's going to grab you. The beginning of this record's going to grab you. Well, because I used EOD, Kite and Key, and I Stopped Believing at the top, the challenge then became, where do I put the other 7 songs? How do I do that? Well, 3 bangers up front, so let's put a ballad in there. Where's our ballad? You know what I mean? Like, the Lights in the Window is really the only thing that can classically be called a ballad. Maybe When I Was, but like, I think When I Was is a little too upbeat musically to be a ballad. So
it's a little bit longer form too.
Yeah.
And you seem to move the longer forms to the end.
Yeah, that is also true. So Lights in the Window became the thing. And then it was like in the midpoint of the record, Reset maybe could have gone here, but because of what Reset became in terms of its sonic profile, I felt like it was a side 2 tune. Like classically, when you think of actually listening to albums and having to flip one over, the Reset is very much a side to, here's where the band gets weird, side 2 thing. And, then it just became, with having Destroyer up there, one last little fun one before the album starts getting full of itself. And then you got Reset, and then we got to put When I Was Somewhere, so that goes there. The Lesson is so much, to me, it's just such an epic rock song that like it needed to be the penultimate tune. And then there was no question Foolish Mind should have ended the record. It's single-handedly the track with the most tracks on it. Like it's so big and epic and,
very musical theater, very
musical
operatic.
theater. Yeah. It's the one that you listen to Foolish Minds to be rewarded that you made it to the end of the record. Kind of like if with Songworks Volume 1, you get rewarded by getting all the way to the end and hearing That Door, which was the most technically proficient, complex one that we did on that record. And I feel like Foolish Minds was that for this. So that's kind of how I arranged the record. And now that I've listened to it a bunch like this, I'm like, this all kind of belongs, kind of fits. Feels nice. This record feels nice to listen to, all the like front to back. Does that make sense? How are you similar or do you think something else?
It's one of those things where I had opinions that weren't terribly strong. I thought it might have been better to end the album with The Lesson because it was so joyous. And I like for things to end with laughter. It's much of the reason I didn't want to go down a sad path or continue down the sad path with Lights in the Window, is I want a little brightness, and ending on a bright note is always happier to me. And but I see what you mean. And because I didn't have a strong opinion about it, I didn't push too hard on it. I just let you entertain the idea and see what you thought. But it's this one of those compromise ideals, guys. I had things that went forward in other areas. So this was one of those where it's like, you know what? Pete loves an album. He loves the experience of listening to an album. Let's just leave it to him to design this part of that process.
I do love an album, man. That's one of the things when I talk about this on the show a lot too. That one of the things I miss about the musical experience here in 2024 is that we're not drinking in the albums, man. We're not getting the liner notes out. We're not reading the lyrics anymore. No, I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but just on a whole, in general, we're not looking the lyrics up in the dust jacket of the record. Like we're not physically going over to flip it over. It's not, music listening isn't an event anymore. And since we were talking about, making art that we would like to enjoy, one of the things I enjoy is the experience of listening to a whole album. So I want to make sure when I'm doing something like the album order that it makes sense, that it flows together. And, I've done, when I was coming up with the order for the album, I did move it around a little bit and had songs in other places. And when I got to this order, I felt like this one had just a flow and a just good thing to it, man. Yeah, I like it. I don't know what you guys think. Is it the small hole in the middle of an album? What? Aha, coach. Making dumb jokes. All right, let's move forward. We're going to go to track number 7. This is the original demo cut of Reset. This is one I think changed a lot between demo and album. Let's take a look. Reset. Didn't take much to put me off today. A sudden shadow and look, a hint of gray.
Once in a while I knew what I wanted. Just for a while I flirted with death. Don't wanna die but don't feel like I'm living. Days like today, the clock needs to reset. Sometimes I feel like a slug in a sweater, moving too slow in the parts where I'm thin. Don't need to pop a new tune in the jukebox. Stop it, rewind it, and play it again. Play it again. My sense of timing is 2 time zones away. Can't wrap my brain around anything I say. I'm landing none of the jokes that I'm telling. I've got the yoke but still crashing the jet. Don't wanna die but I can't call this living. Days like today, the clock needs to reset. Sometimes I feel like a sloth in a trench coat, moving too slow with a sinister spin. Scratching my way across the grooves in the vinyl. Pick up the needle and play it again. World keeps on pushing, and I know my limits. It's hard to withstand the absurdity, isn't it? Color's not color, we all see it different, and time's just a construct of mind. Are you getting it? Nothing's as it seems. Sometimes I feel like convenience store sushi, going down smooth with a satisfied grin. But I'll return with a terrible vengeance. Stop it, rewind it, and play it again.
And there we go. That is the demo cut of Reset.
And at the end of the video, I think you were wearing the Good Enough shirt that day. And you stood up and you showed off your Good Enough shirt. I think this was the one. And it turns out, man, it was a lot better than Good Enough.
Yeah, because that was right. The song itself, when we were writing it, like, let's do a time change, let's do a time change in it, and the key change for the key change for the bridge, and I love the move from major to minor from the what is it, the verse to the chorus. Oh, that is your loss, Caffeine. Reset's it really is, fucking man. Dope.
It's pretty damn cool.
But that's the beauty.
Time signature change.
I have said many times about this record that one of the reasons that the Songworks albums, both of them, are so interesting is because they defy genre classification. There's something for everyone, and there's something somebody's going to not like, because they're not all like Three Doors Down second record. Like, they hit with a cool sound and has some good stuff, and then when they made that second record, they made the same song 10 times, and it was like, okay, you guys just leaned into that one thing everybody likes, and I personally don't ever want to do that. To me, that is the very definition of selling out, is making ridiculous songs that is going to sell just to make them sell. personally, I want shit to have like meaning and heart and effort, and I don't know. That's my opinion about writing songs. But they don't think there's any song on any of this stuff, any of the song works that I'm not proud of. I wouldn't say. I don't think there's anything on here that I'm like, well, I don't really like that song, or that really didn't sit with them, because I love every genre that we ape on these records. I don't know. What do you think, Art?
I like that we weren't confined to the genre when we played with it. I think that's, for a lot of songwriters, that's going to be a really tough nut to crack, is getting out of a rut once you dig one for yourself. And this is one particular experience where Pete taught me a lot over the key change, not the key change, the time signature change, because it wasn't within the genre that we had been working with up to that point. And it's things like that they're disruptive to the idea of the genre that comes through in our music, both because I'm an idiot when it comes to writing and I'll try anything, and because Pete's smart enough to refine my ideas into something that works.
Aw, thanks, buddy. I do love, I love the arrangement part of it, when, you know, the chipping away and shining the, you know, polishing the diamond. You know, I really enjoy that part of the process. And I think every time I do it, I'm getting a little better at it, you know? So this album was a big one in that regard. I spent a lot of time in the studio with Joe, like going, oh God, it's not working. No, I don't want to show Art this. This is dumb. But then obviously we would get it. Or when we did something and we didn't get it, you know, we took it back to the drawing board the next time. But I think we got everything the best way it could have sounded on this.
It's one of the benefits of having a little bit of a budget to work with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now that we make money at our day jobs, whatever that happens to be,
right,
we can afford to spend some of that money on actually taking the time to get into the studio. And that was one of the key ideas here, is that we don't want to do this in a rushed way. Naturally writing the songs is going to be rushed because it has to take place within one episode. That was the delimitation we gave ourselves.
Yep.
But in terms of our approach to the studio, we gave the musicians the time to build up to it. But when we got down to it, we spent a week in the studio. We spent 4 days in there recording, and a 5th day polishing a little bit and doing cuts. And what did you call them, Pete?
What?
When you tap in to the song and just make a small change to one of the lines or something? A comp?
Oh, a comp. Yes. Yes, yeah, comping.
When we do the comps.
Yep.
And so this really gave me and Pete an opportunity to play with production in a way that we hadn't really done before. Mm-hmm. And to use tools that Joe had access to that we didn't know existed. I mean, some of this stuff is like, when I was mixing 10 years ago, it would have been inconceivable to be able to place it in a kitchen and have it bounce off the walls into the listener who's actually in the living room, right? That's great.
That is, he's referencing how we got Giblet's sound on the end of the Destroyer. Joe has this really nifty plugin that is literally a virtual room, and you put where the source of the audio is, and then you put where the microphone is. So we literally put Giblet's audio source in the living room and put the listener in the kitchen. So you got this, you know, you got the accurate, what it would sound like if shouted from another room. And I think I was baffled by that. I was like, holy shit, this looks like The Sims.
It was a visual interface, right?
It was a visual interface. GUI was cool. Oh, yeah, man. Super cool. All right. So all that to say, here's the studio cut of Reset. And boy, what a difference.
Didn't take much to put me off today. So been a while, I knew what I wanted. Just for a while I flirted with death. Don't wanna die but don't feel like I'm living. Days like today, the clock needs to reset. Sometimes I feel like a slug in a sweater, moving too slow and the plot's wearing thin. Don't need to pop a new tune in the jukebox. Stop it, rewind it, and play it again. Play it again. My sense of timing is 2 time zones away. 2 time zones away. Can't wrap my brain around anything I say. Anything I say. And none of the jokes that I'm telling. I got the open still crashing the jet. Don't wanna die, but I can't call this living. Days like today, the clock needs to reset. Sometimes I feel like a sloth in a trench coat, moving too slow with a sinister spin. Scratching my way across the grooves in the vinyl. Pick up the needle and play it again. Keeps on pushing, but I know my limits. It's hard to withstand the absurdity, isn't it? Colors not color, we all see it different. Time's just a construct of mind, are you getting it? Nothing's as it seems. Sometimes I feel like convenience store sushi, going down smooth with a satisfied grin. But I'll return with a terrible vengeance. Stop it, rewind it, and play it again.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I love it. Oh yeah, I love it. It's like, see, so this is like some of the difference between Art's musical style and what Art likes and what I like in terms of music. I am a prog head. Like I love prog. I mean, I'm in a Genesis tribute band and spent like a weekend at a prog fest a couple months ago. Like, it's good. It's neat. It's cool. And I was very, very excited when James wanted to like have this little piece, have this little moment, you know, because he had a moment with he wrote the jazz bridge in Advice on the last record, and so him doing this one, it was like, oh yeah, that's cool. And then the more I heard what they were doing and just the neat interplay, like I love the drum part on it and the yeah, I was super all about it. And Art, who, you know, is not
I
a
like
big prog head.
insofar as you can consider Radiohead to be prog.
Right. You are not so much with the Dream Theater, Queensryche.
I love Queensryche, don't get me wrong, but like some of the math rock stuff I really dig, and the way that like Radiohead plays with time signatures really drives me crazy. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit harder to pay attention to when it's super fast. Like your brain has to be working in music mode for so long that it's second nature to you to sort of decode what's going on with these more complex rhythms and songs.
Right. Yeah, and that's you know, that's the difference between he and I. Is I was really, really drawn to that section, but I think ultimately, like now that you've heard it in the mix, like it's cool, right? Uh-oh. He's taking a long time to answer. That's a bad sign.
I thought you were asking chat. I like the idea that this is Buttons running around the house like a mad cat because we call them the Zooms.
Yeah,
Our
the
cats get the
zoomies.
Zooms.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Our dog gets the zoomies.
And that's a total soundtrack for the Zoomies, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a zoomies soundtrack for sure. All right. Next one. Here we go. This is When I Was. So, Art, talk about, I'm going to let you talk about When I Was and the idea behind this tune.
When I Was came about because we were talking about structure. A Day in the Life came up as a possible structure for the song. And so I took that literally, like, what if it is a day in the life, except what if that day comprises an entire life? And then we started talking about the grief, the phases you go through. And I changed the first one to optimism and then thought, well, this is sort of the map of a life. And now it's the map of a famous life. You know, what if this person goes through all the experiences of fame and fortune, and then they feel like they should be treated like that forever, like they're at the top of their game forever, and then they're not, and how they come to terms with that as part of the song. So it's sort of supposed to be the path of a life to the point where you can finally appreciate and feel comfortable in your own skin.
Right on. Yeah, I liked the story of this. Our initial arrangement of this, putting 3 verses together, that was, I think, the thing that, like, we needed to move that around, but we didn't see that at the time. There was a very conscious effort to put those 3 verses together. And I think once we got it in the studio, as we recorded it like you're about to hear it, and then in the studio, we were like, well, what if we move this around? Let's just try this. You know, let's move the chorus and the verse like this. And I think that was ultimately something that ended up being very good for this tune. Also, Shayna Blake singing it, since it was taking on a very feminine tone as we were doing it. And I felt like, well, if this is supposed to be an actress, then a woman should sing this. But Special K is already doing Foolish Minds. I wanted to get a more, and I mean this with the utmost respect, a more road-weary voice to do a song like this. And I don't mean that Shayna Blake is in any way road-weary, but she's been a professional singer for over 30 years. Like, she is salty in a way that Special K is not. And Special K will tell you that she'll say that too. Like, that Shayna brought a gravitas to this vocal line, I think, that really set it apart. And of course, Philip Howell's on this one too. He plays organ on this one. This was the first time that I experimented with drum loops in the studio, like making an actual percussion loop to perform over. But we'll get into that stuff after the video, where you can see the actual studio or the demo cut of this. So this is When I Was.
I fell straight from heaven without tearing off my wings. Optimistic eyes always surprised by stranger things. Think of all that life could be. Always so much happening. Can't wait to get started when I turn 17. Yeah. I fell into college, but I left with no degree. Turns out academics was just not really for me. Wondered if my life could be lived aloud on stage and screen. Just getting started, no idea what I was doing. I became an actor 'cause I wanted everything. Busting through auditions with a face so fresh it sings. La 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 la. Suddenly my life would be wealth and popularity. I'm just getting started, it's finally happening. You gotta shine, you never know what's best. Most of your life will seem like a long road going nowhere. You gotta shine, just give it your best guess. Still got a long, long way to go till your life feels like home. I was rich and famous with a house, a pool, a yacht. Everything I thought would fill me up just ate my heart. Where do people find meaning? Not in all their stuff and things. Thought I'd have it all and I do, but something's missing. You gotta shine, you never know what's best. Most of your life will seem like a long road going nowhere. But you've gotta shine, just give it your best guess. Still got a long, long way to go till your life feels like home. Never thought I'd make it to this condescending age. Part of looking back is understanding how we played. I screwed up a lot, I know. Doesn't really matter though. All my indiscretions just lay down a path for me. You gotta shine, you never know what's best. Most of your life will seem like a long road going nowhere. But you've gotta shine, just give it your best guess. Still got a long, long way to go till your life feels like home. Your life feels like home. Your life feels like home. Your life feels like home.
And there it is. That was the studio or the demo cut of When I Was. For those of you that have heard this, the album cut, you can see it's very different. First of all, me singing, it was just kind of the same thing over and over. I didn't really take a lot of liberties with it when I had laid that cut down. I was just trying to get the idea out. But because of where, there were so many verses, I did want to eventually experiment with it. So that when I went into the studio and finally we decided let's have Shayna do it, I just told her, like, here's what the vocal line sounds like. Now do your own thing. And we'll sing it a couple times. We'll see what works and, what works and what doesn't. And just about everything she did fucking worked. Because she's really, really, really talented. All right, take care, Hopscow. Thanks for sticking around, hanging out with us while we play this record. But I think in this, when we got this in the studio, and you'll hear it when you listen to the song, but the parts where the piano actually broke down in the kind of just played the do 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 when it just plays that has a distinct arrangement on the recording. Then the piano and the guitar come in, and now that's got a distinct version. And then when the organ and the lead guitar and the triangle and stuff come in, and then that has a build. The second time through the chorus that we add harmonies to make it slightly different from the first one. Then the electronica comes back around it. So we played with arrangement a lot on this particular track. And I think moving sections around was the big choice on this one.
And we purposefully gave them a lot of space in the studio. It was once we realized how many verses there were, one of the first things we did was tell all of the musicians, we want your instrument to stand out during this section. So do a thing, make it distinctive, and then we recorded those sessions. So we had a lot to work with when we went back and decided we have to move this chorus up. Now the verses make a different sort of sense, and they're a little bit more differentiated. Mm-hmm. And now we realize, well, this song, even though there are some similarities, like Pete went to school too and decided that it was a stupid idea, so he dropped out. That happens in the song too, right?
Yeah.
Well, but this doesn't feel like Pete's story anymore. And as soon as, one of the things we do when we're designing melodies is give it some space so that we know what's going to be played with. We talk about this during the course of the songwriting session sometimes. So when we gave it to Shayna and Pete said to me, listen, I want to give her space to play. And I said, that's exactly right, man. That's exactly what we should be doing. So I think one of the things that you told her, Pete, was when you go in, just make it your own. Mm-hmm. And you get the best out of somebody when they can make it their own, I think.
Yep. When she wasn't constrained when I told her she wasn't constrained about singing exactly what I sang on the demo, then every line that came out had a distinctiveness to it. That very much like you and I had the discussion about Dave Matthews and how differently he'll write a bunch of lyrics, but his melody line changes a lot to fit the way he's phrasing things, and and some notes might be longer the second time around, or shorter this time, or a line will be double sung, just a whole bunch of different things. And I kept thinking that
finding different rhythms and different feelings for the different section of the song, like in his Candyman, tempting the thoughts of a sweet tooth, tortured on a weight loss program, cutting the corner of his loose end, cut. That comes out of nowhere, right? But it's
right.
over the same chords as the rest of the song. But the feel of it is different. The structure of the melody is different. Everything about it is different, but it fits. Mm-hmm. And so that's what we're going for, I think. And that's what makes a song interesting. And that's why, as Shayna developed it, it became more interesting because of the emotion that she put behind it.
Yep.
Because she found her voice in it,
And to answer Caffeine's question, we made these songs with the idea of remixing, reinterpreting, covering. Like, we want artists to do that. We have no qualms with other artists covering our stuff. So if Shayna and Omari were doing a record and they asked, could this song be on that record? Yes, absolutely. That could be a thing that gets discussed. But yeah, more than likely, yes, that would I don't mean to speak for Art, but I'm sure Art will feel the same way. I mean, we've only had 1.5 million conversations about how we want these to be the people's.
Yeah, I mean, if you can say that there's a founding principle behind the idea of Songworks, that's it.
Yep. Oh yeah, Special K here. By the way, everybody that's watching right now, you all have been seeing this message pop up in chat. My son's doing a fundraiser for band. I'm gonna take just a little piece to self-promote. My son is doing a fundraiser for his band. It's only running for a week for Porter Ridge High School marching band. It is a fundraiser, and they are selling the amazing Double Good popcorn. They come in bags or come in things of 6, and you can mix and match and get ones you want. They're terrific and wonderful and lovely, and you absolutely should go on there and help them out. Click that link to get yourself some popcorn from Double Good, and maybe, just maybe, support the arts a little bit and help out my son at Porter Ridge High School marching band. All right, that's it.
And the best package is ideally priced at, get this, $69, baby.
Nice. What does he get if he sells the most? Special K can answer that. She did a whole breakdown for the school on the thing. I just know I'm supposed to tell you about it and have you buy it. Yes, that's right. Rock the Piano. It's how they pay for instruction and drill writers and stuff. Yep. So that was the demo cut of When I Was. Now we're going to play the studio cut of When I Was. Hopefully you guys will see the little bit of difference in these tracks.
I fell straight from heaven without tearing off my wings. Optimistic eyes always surprised by stranger things. Think of all that life could be. Always so much happening. Can't wait to get started when I turn 70. Yeah. I fell into college, but I left with no degree. Turns out academics was just not really for me. Wondered if my life could be lived aloud on stage and screen. Just getting started, no idea what I was doing. You've gotta shine. You never know what's best. Most of your life will seem like a long road going nowhere. But you've gotta shine. Just give it your best guess. Still got a long, long way Everything I thought would fill me up just ate my heart. Where do people find meaning? Not in all this stuff and things. Thought I'd have it all and I do, but something's missing. You've gotta shine, shine. You never know what's best. Most of your life will seem like a long road going nowhere. But you gotta shine, shine. Just give it your best guess. Still got a long, long way to go till your life feels like home. Never thought I'd make it to this condescending age. Part of looking back is understanding how we played. I screwed up a lot, I know. Doesn't really matter though. All my indiscretions just laid down a path for me. You've gotta shine, shine. You never know what's best. Most of your life will seem like a long road going nowhere. But you gotta shine, shine. Just give it your best guess. Still got a long, long way to go till your life feels like home. Your life feels like home. Your life feels like home. Your life feels like home.
And the fun ending. Like that ending, I believe we wrote that in the studio. I don't think that we wrote that. We didn't do that here. I think we did that in the studio. Oh yeah, Davey, your life feels like home. Going back to again and again in this song to make it feel comfortable. We're all looking to be comfortable in our lives. Point of no return organ lick. That's a nice catch, Rock the Piano. Yeah, I've taken more than my fair share of cues on how to play from Steve Walsh over the years. Yeah, that was when I was like, has a very musical quality. And it's no surprise that some of you are picking up on that. Art and Pete are nothing if not musical theater nerds. So, when it comes time to making a story or something that's going to, some sort of narrative story that's going to be told over several movements, it's, I certainly try to sing like the character of the song. I definitely think Shayna sang it as the character of this song for sure. I don't know. What do you think, Art? You get on some of that musical theory goodness?
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. I think after we had put the initial part in, we were coming up with the ending, and I said, I want to do something like Billy Joel did in Scenes from an Italian Restaurant, his transition there, with the dun 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 dun, that sort of thing. And Pete was like, no, I'd rather do this. he came up with the idea on the fly, and it ended up being exactly that. But that was a part of an exchange between us. A lot of things happen like that.
Are you talking about the ending, the little ending riff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The song itself, like musically, I feel like it's almost an Indigo Girls '90s sort of song, and they were more focused on the storytelling and sort of easy riffs that they didn't so much grab you as sort of comfort you. And I kind of feel like that's the sort of song this is. It's sort of an introspective song. It's a you could call it an easy listening song, but I think it's the type of song that I would put on and listen to in the dark. You know, kind of like lights in the window.
Right on. Derek says, which song on each album do you feel would go over best with just an acoustic guitar playing it with vocals? Oh man, that's a big question. Let's see. I think on this one, my pick on this album, my pick would probably be Lights in the Window. I mean, if you were doing it a duet, pushing my buttons, it'd be all right. I'm trying to think of songs that aren't too heavily produced that an acoustic guitar could just do. What do you think, Art?
As an acoustic guitar player, I think any of them could be easily transformed. There would be more work to do on some of them than others, obviously. I think the long form songs, like like When I Was, you could play a lot with the way that the chords were formulated because it's kind of an easy melody to place interesting chords under if you're working with a solo acoustic guitar, I think. And a lot of the songs are like that. I mean, Pete is playing with colorful chords anyway, and those colors are really fun to do on the guitar. So I think a lot of them would work very well.
Derivatives over here trying to write a sitcom about a dueling piano player. Davey would nominate Reality from the first Songworks album. I think Reality would sound super neat on just an acoustic. Like you'd have that Blackbird style chording, you know?
Right, I'd want to get Paul McCartney to sing it.
Oh, wait. You guys want to see Special K? Come here real quick. It's okay. Just stick your head in. Hold on. I got to turn my... Special K is going to make an appearance, y'all. Right before the lesson, too.
Foolish minds would be more appropriate.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Hello.
It's pushing her buttons herself. Everybody's saying, K, we want Special K. And your emotes are going in chat, too. Your K guys.
Yay, K guys, K guys.
Davey says, pump it up.
Pump it up.
Special K says she's slipping into her suit, and Pete ends the stream early. Thank you, Caffeine. I like that. That's funny. All right. Next song. This is one I know y'all are excited about because I'm excited to play this one on stream for you guys. The Lesson. A lot of you in chat right now had a lot of things to say about this song and a lot of the ways that you wanted this song to go. And I felt like it was our duty to listen and tell the story how you guys wanted it told. And yeah, I think it came out absolutely banging. What do you think, Art, before I play this video?
You know, I was sort of hung up on being too earnest about the whole thing, being too straightforward with it. I wanted to couch it in something, and I feel like we did. I feel like we couched the earnestness in a true story so that it doesn't feel like we're using other people's words so that we're saying something that's very easy to quantify. This was not easy to quantify. And it was even harder to qualify, which is why we changed one of the lyrics from what you're about to see to what we came up with in the end, because we realized that the straight gay binary is, we should be representing a continuum if we're representing it at all. And the color binary, black or white, is also a continuum. And so in order to pay homage to that continuum, we stripped the idea of the binary language out of the song. So instead of we never cared if they were straight or gay, we didn't know they were paving a new way.
Yeah.
And I think that was a much better lyric in the end. So we did change it.
It's such a much better lyric too. That was I think it's fascinating when you talk about the lyrics to this song specifically. And I felt like the messaging was super important. And that conversation, as you brought up the straight or gay comment, that conversation continued even after the initial songwriting of the song was done. We still continued to think about it to make sure we phrased it the best way. Derek, well, also as an ally, it's not an ally's place to out anyone. An important message lost on many allies. Yep. And we talked about that in the actual session too, as well as after, that we needed to make sure we said the messaging of this song correctly. And I think the studio cut, we got it. Plus, and we'll talk about the studio cut when we get there, because you guys are going to hear some shit. I'm very excited. Anyway, here is the video for the studio, or I keep doing that, for the demo cut of The Lesson.
Came of age in the Queen and Bowie days. Glam metal gods with androgynistic ways. We didn't know they were paving a new way. We danced in our underwear while Ziggy Stardust played. What a time to live, what a time to see, with the joy of a life running all through me. And the word ally hadn't come to mean anything, because I didn't see the need. Make the future we want to see, raise our voices, set them free, stand up for understanding. This is the lesson of love and empathy. Takes us all to make it right. Arm in arm we join the fight. So much pride and diversity. This is the lesson of love and empathy. We've got to say, in this crazy modern age, most of our spaces are all too far from safe. You'll never know the whole of someone's life. Listen to their stories before making up your mind. They are tales of survival and misery, shining light on our responsibility. And they give the word ally a new meaning, because we choose the side of humanity. Make the future we want to see, raise our voices, set them free, stand up for understanding. This is the lesson of love and empathy. Takes us all to make it right. Arm in arm we join the fight. So much pride and diversity. This is the lesson of love and empathy. In the face of injustice and suffering, we can't sit idly by while it's happening. And an ally must act for the world to see. Being silent is quiet complicity. Make the future we want to see, raise our voices, set them free, stand up for understanding. This is the lesson of love and empathy. Takes us all to make it right. Arm in arm we join the fight. So much pride and and diversity. This is the lesson of love and empathy. Make the future we want to see. Raise our voices, set them free. Stand up for understanding. This is the lesson of love and empathy. Takes us all to make it right. Arm in arm, we join the fight. So much pride and diversity. This is the lesson of love and empathy. This is the lesson of love and empathy.
Sorry. I didn't realize I thought I hit the button. My bad. I said for what Caffeine said, someday 6 months from now, it's going to go from hundreds of thousands of plays to an overnight what the hell happened success. That would be super great. That would be super great. And for it to be that song that did it, that would, oh my God, that would be so delightful. Yeah, well, Marcel there. That's right. But yeah, I think I was really, really proud when Joe and I were sitting in there and we had you on the Zoom, Art, and
Oh, guys, it was really something.
yeah, and we heard this.
We were so worried about it. It was like, well, we've got all these people sending in different tracks, and they've all done it themselves. How much are we going to have to auto-tune to get this to work? And so we were terrified, and we watched Joe move everything into alignment, and then he hit the button, and we listened to it, and it was like angels singing. It was so awesome, guys. What a moment.
It was like Joe got this look on his face, and then I'm over there tearing up like, oh my God, it worked. And not only did it work beautifully. It worked amazingly, like better than I could have ever thought. Like it literally sounds like a choir of people happy to be doing what they're doing, like happy to be sending this message into the ether. And I want to address, because Caffeine's got a good one too. Davey says has a lot of potential for that, Pete, for sure. You know why? It has real theatrics to it, and that definitely makes this tune timeless. Oh, yay. Derek, when this song idea came up that day, were you nervous about how to do it, or was it appropriate? That is an amazing question. Art, you take your first swing at it, and then
Yeah, it's in the video, man. You could tell we were a bit nervous. And there were two parts to this that made me nervous, for one. The first is when Pete and I are writing these Songworks songs, we specifically take the tack of it's not our perspective. I mean, it's our perspective filtered through another perspective, if you want to put it that way. We're writing about what we know within the context of another person's life or another person's experience. So that's the first issue, is you should write from your perspective as an ally. Okay, well, isn't that cutting chat out of it now, because they're not offering the ideas anymore? We're supposed to be taking our ideas. Well, that's a rough one, but then we have a conversation with chat so that instead of just taking their lyric ideas or their broad ideas, we're taking very specific things that have influenced us and very specific questions that we can have a meaningful conversation about. So that was a real, and if the people who were there will remember that the way that it started out was from the perspective of fighting against the cishet normative ideology, if you want to put it that way. And chat was like, you know what, Art, you're taking this the wrong direction. What we should be talking about is a positive thing. It's about why we are supporters, not about, we're not even taking into account the fact that there are people who stand against this idea. We are simply saying, we together support this idea. And here's why. And I think that that message came across. And when I heard the voices singing with it, I thought, this is what it's all about, man.
Yep.
It's all about that community and that community of thought that gives birth to these songs.
Yes, it is. And I
So
don't mean to
thank you.
stop you. I don't mean to stop. Oh, yes. Thank you, obviously. I don't mean to stop you, but we just got raided by JMO Piano. Hello, JMO Piano and all your friends. Thank you for bringing you guys over here to the Brookstone Bards All Request Rock and Roll Piano Show. However, that is not what's going on tonight. Tonight is the listening party for, well, it's the release party really, because this album dropped on all streaming services last Friday. But we're doing it tonight here on the show. We're going through it song by song. This is the Songworks Volume 2 is the name of the album. And it was written right here on Twitch with contributions from chat, lyrics, music ideas, story ideas, genre, key. All of those questions were put to chat. Chat helped us formulate them. We did 10 of those shows. We went into the studio to record an album professionally with the guitar, bass, drums, all the production and cool stuff. And this is the result. All of these songs were actually written live on the show. And JMO Piano, you are here for an extraordinarily great timing, because one of our personal favorites on the album is this song right here, The Lesson. The reason this is special to the community is not only is it a song about allyship told from their perspective of guys who are still trying to understand what it means to be an ally, which was that's what they wanted us to write about. So that's what we did. And we had an idea to get a whole bunch of Twitch streamers and our Twitch followers and friends and family to sing the chorus on this record. They had the chunk of the chorus, the lyric sheet, and I said, give me 3 takes of you doing it and send it back to me, and we'll make it work. And they made it work, because what you're about to hear is this studio song about allyship. This, I won't let you wait anymore. This is The Lesson. Here we go.
We came of age in the Queen and Bowie days. Glam metal gods with androgynistic ways. We didn't know they lesson of love and empathy. Takes us all to make it right. Arm in arm, we join the fight. So much pride and diversity. This is the lesson of love and empathy. This is the lesson of love and empathy.
You guys. You guys. Come on. Derek, I do need to stop and be serious for a moment and say thank you. It's one thing to tag the stream as ally or say you are one, but accepting ideas like this and doing a song on this topic is literally putting your money where your mouth is. As a single member of the LGBT plus community, thank you. Derek, thank you, buddy.
Yes, thank you. Thanks all of you for being a part of it.
Sorry, yeah. Pete. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I want to read off some very special people who sung on that track. Adam Nelson, who you know is Rock the Piano. Bo Bosboom is Bass Boombox, who's a good friend of the channel, been rated us before. Cassidy Lentz, that's my daughter. Charissa Willock, you guys know her as Chrissa the Cyberbard. Chris Blair, Courtney Visser, you guys know Courtney. Daniel Corzelius, you guys know him as Human Juke 81. Our friend Decibel, Elisa Carlson, came back out of retirement to do some Twitch shit for us. Garrett Lentz, of course, my boy. Kristen Lentz, the beautiful, a special K. Mandy Prater, y'all know her. Some of you are Mandalorians. And Scott D. Velasquez, our own Caffeine, is on that track. Like, there was so many. And the question about picking the takes for voices or using them all. I'm going to tell you what happened, you guys. So I listened to each one of them individually, and so did Art. And we were like, some of them are okay. You know, like maybe we have to tune these and try to line them up or whatever. Joe grabbed all of them, dropped them into the song as is, unmuted all of their tracks, and let us hear them. We did not change a thing. We did not change a thing. The tracks are as you guys sung them in the recording. They've got a little bit of, you know, the mixing stuff, compression and things like that, but we didn't tune anything. I used all three of each person. And Chrissa is actually, if you listen just so, Chrissa the Cyberbard actually added in a harmony track because she felt like then this is her words, not mine. She felt like it sounded like a musical and we needed at least one harmony if we were going to do musical stuff. And we dropped it in with the rest of them, and just that one harmony line being in there among that sea of voices, it really kind of props up and makes it good. We did not cut anyone. We didn't, I didn't, well, this person's not good, so we'll just kind of, leave them off or whatever. No, everyone's voice is in there. And everyone's voice is not only in there, but completely untouched. And yeah, I think that was super, super cool. Yeah. Caffeine said, I tried to do a little different on each take. Wasn't sure what was going to happen. Yep. I didn't know that was going to happen either, but having just that cacophony of sound. So.
Well, it's something you wouldn't expect, right? If you put voices in there, and Pete's experimented a lot of this. If you put voices in there that are too similar, you don't get that crowd effect.
Right.
There's something about the distinctiveness of each voice and the way they play off each other, the frequencies there.
Yeah,
and make sure you recognize there are a bunch of people singing together instead of it sounding like it's the sort of streamlined bunch of guys in a booth.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a really cool effect that I don't think you can fake it.
No, you can't. In so much as we did, where there's like 3 Caffeines, 3 Decibels, 3 Elisa Carlsons, but Yeah, like to not touch their stuff. Like that's the purest form of everybody's voices that you can get. And I want to mention in that arrangement, when we get to the a cappella verse, I was gonna sing the first part of it by myself and then bring the chorus in on the back. And I think we decided, I don't remember who decided on that, but switching that and having the chorus come in without me, just you guys. Like
That was your choice, Pete.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that was me. Yeah. The
We
lead
did
line.
three different types of where like the voices came in,
Yeah.
the voices stayed in, and the voices were the only ones doing that. This is the lesson of love and empathy. And then Pete, it was like, you know what? How do you want to do this on stage, man? What experience do you want to have? And I think he coupled that with just the audio experience of having all these voices, and in this moment where Pete stands up and says, "This is why we do this thing, man."
Oh,
I love it.
God damn. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I want to do this song live so bad. Like for real live with the band and the choir and everything. But yeah, before we get too far into that, I do want to say thank you, JMO Piano, for rating us tonight and bringing your community over here. I hope they enjoyed that song. And thank you to the follows, Myeld, Bartender Bill. Thank you guys for the follows that you dropped on that. And Caffeine, thank you for gifting subs to Pieces Maya and JMO Piano. That's really nice. Thank you very much. And I'm so glad that you guys were here to see that song. And make sure, Bards, if you're not already, please go follow JMO Piano. He's an absolute delight. You guys will love his stream. I'm sure most of you have been there already. But, oh, yeah, Derek, that's 100%. I've had that same thought. Like, what would a music video look like for the lesson? That idea right there, everybody's singing along and then holding up signs like ally or bi or trans. And the genius part will be that you can't tell just by looking at them. You have to see their sign. And that it's like that, even being able to tell whether, knowing that this person is bi, this person is trans, that is definitely, important in terms of identity, but not caring whether you're straight or gay or anything, just leaving you the fuck alone and letting you live your best life is just the most important thing, I think. Respecting people for who they are and letting them do their shit.
Like a bring your own sign flash mob that you could record.
Right. Caffeine said, while it was written as an ally song, it's really not limited to LGBTQ. It's really about not being an asshole to any marginalized person. We certainly wanted to make sure that message was in there. But I remember actually when we wrote this song, we wrote some lyrics that we felt were a little more caustic. And eventually, like, we had to, like, not just the straight or gay, the paving a new way, not that one, but there was some other stuff in the verse where we were like, wait a minute, no. We're shouting with points and mean face. We should be gesturing like this with a happy face. The lyrics need to reflect that, not this. And that was, I think, the catalyst for turning that around and just making it just, yeah, there was some anger that was changed out with positivity. That's 100% true. I think we did that. And I liked that once we discovered it was happening, we did it across the board. And I think the song is so much better for it. So yeah, that's the lesson. Okay. Now we've come to it. The final song on the album. Special K gets to take us out with Foolish Minds. Now, Foolish Minds may or may not have been written with Special K in mind.
We started out with the idea of, like, everybody's written about the tears of a clown. We wrote about the ambition of a clown.
Right.
And then that naturally fed in my mind, it feeds into the idea that women have to, like, be performative. They have to put on makeup according to societal standards to go out into the world. They have to decorate themselves. And so that's sort of feeds into the idea that the things that you do for other people because they want you to do them that way, even if you don't necessarily agree with it or accept it or want it, you do things sometimes with a smile just because you have to. But there's this seething thing underneath, the thing underneath the face of the clown that isn't, they know they're not accepted. They know they're not well loved. They know maybe they're even feared, but at the core of it, they have good intentions. They have ambition. They want to lift themselves up in this world. And how cruel are we to not recognize that and let it be? And so that becomes the story of a woman who is judged by the men around her who have power that she doesn't have in a way that is, to my mind, unacceptable. And I hope that we manage to capture that element of it for Special K, at least.
Because then she went in the studio and fucking killed it. But we got to do this one first. This is the demo cut of Foolish Minds. And I think the first thing that everyone's going to notice is it is in a different key than it ended up being recorded in. This is Foolish Minds. Here we go.
Have you decided my heart's in your hands? Am I devoted or at your command? All my decisions have led to this round, blazing a trail with the face of a clown. What do you see looking at me? Something worthy, someone thinking, do I deserve an emotional voice? Cast like a child to the whim of your choice. Always looking straight through me, acting like I'm crazy. I've got some barbs on the tip of my tongue, biting them back 'cause they've already stung. I just need you all to see past what you think I am. I've got ambitions that threaten your name, making new rules while you're playing your game. I'll sing for money and I'll sing for fame, dance like a monkey while cursing your name. I lack the power to turn it around, eyes burning bright in the face of a clown. I put my best face on for you. You see exactly what you want to. Cherish the thought of subservient glee. I'll ride the crest of that dichotomy. Always looking straight through me, acting like I'm crazy. I've got some barbs on the tip of my tongue, biting them back 'cause they've already stung. I just need you all to see past what you think I am. I've got ambitions that threaten your name, making new rules while you're playing your games. I can do. Takes a bit longer to change foolish minds. I'd wait my turn, but I don't have the time. Someday you may understand, I'm much more than you think I am. Takes a bit longer to change foolish minds. I'd wait my turn, but I don't have the time.
So there. Oh, by the way, thank you, Basket Katsu, for that follow. That was the demo cut of Foolish Minds. So yeah, as the Derek said earlier in the cut there was a church organ originally on this song. I went with piano just to give it a little. By the time we got to where I was cutting it as a demo, I wanted to give it a little space because I was going to cut a demo with it, which is what that recording ended up happening. But then when I went to go, I thought about going into the studio and laying the church organ as the basis for the tune, and because of the key we changed it to, being played on a piano really grabbed me. That's why we ended up ultimately not going in that direction, and instead decided to put a full orchestra on it, or at least an orchestra arrangement on it. We also got Jason Poor, who played violin on Special K's first Songworks song, You. He played violin on that. We were like, hey, let's tradition. This is Special K's song. Let's get Jason to play a violin solo on it. And it just ended up working and being great. And then James played on this song. My favorite guitar solo on the whole record is in Foolish Minds. And the way this song ends, it like, if you hear it in context of, yeah, that's an ending. Yeah, that's an ending. Like that, like the end of Foolish Minds was, when I heard it, it was like, this is the end of the record. This has got to end the record, because holy shit. It's so like, it reminds me of Dan Fogelberg's Ghosts, not only in its execution, but like in the fact that Ghosts is the last song on the Innocent Age, and it's dark like this, and it goes out on this minor and just fades into the ether for like 30 seconds after the song is over. And I'm like, yeah, that this got to end it, man. This is just it's great ender. And the orchestra, Joe absolutely killed the orchestra on this. James kills it. Jason kills it. Kristen kills the main vocal. I'm just doing some background harmonies in there a couple times, but then Special K does her own harmonies in it as well. My voice was only ever going to be the demo on this. This was 100% not my story to sing. No. So, let's get into that. This is the studio cut of Foolish Minds. This is the last track on the record. Please to enjoy.
Have you decided my heart's in your hands? Am I devoted or at your command? All my decisions have led to this ground, blazing a trail with the face of a clown. What do you see looking at me? Something worthy, someone thinking. Do I deserve an emotional voice, cast like a child to the whim of your choice? Always looking straight through me, acting like I'm crazy. I've got some barbs on the tip of my tongue, biting them back 'cause they've already stung. I just need you all to see past what you think I am. I've got ambition
And that's that. That is the entire record. Holy shit. That solo, that's the, man, that's just the baddest track. That's just the baddest track, man. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. First time we started working on that, I felt like I was ripping off Once Upon a December a little bit from Anastasia, especially with it being in C minor and so close to that original recording. But I think changing the key actually took it, kind of took the song somewhere else, actually. Changing the key as far as we did, because we actually dropped it a fifth or raised it a fourth, depending on how you look at it. But it went from C to F, C minor to F minor. And rock the piano, slash outside the church in a desert. Yeah. That's it. I'm like, that's the baddest fucking, that's our November Rain. You know, that's that song. That Foolish Minds on this record to me is that door from the last record, you know?
I love the interplay between major and minor.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as obvious to me when we were writing it or listening to it. It wasn't until that violin solo went in, especially during Kay's solo part at the end, without the response to the call response, is when that violin came in, and I was like, wow, that interplay is just it feels really unique.
And he actually he laid two different ones, obviously, that he was playing along with her vocal track at the top, and then he was playing the na 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 na, what the voices did sing. But I felt like musically that was the narrator pushing those voices away to where she couldn't hear them anymore.
And trying to be positive while they were pulling her back to the dissonant. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I love that. I love everything about that tune, man. I love everything about that tune. Joe came to absolutely battle. The orchestration on that track is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. When the fucking pizzicato strings, I was doing it on the stream, like miming it, but when the pizzicato strings come in the second verse, I put my best, but when the bling, 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 I was like, oh my God, this sounds like so legit. Like, it sounds like, I know I say that a lot, but like, you know, you and I both have been home growing and working at less than stellar studios for a very, very long time. And to hear something like this with like real studio, real producer, real engineer, kind of on this real musician, all on the same guy. And we said, hey, we want you to help us create this. You're not just here to push fucking buttons. And he rose to the task with that. And
that's been universal across the board. Everybody that we've worked with has risen to the task, and it's really made this a work of art, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, and I didn't believe it at first, because we were actually saying this back when we were done writing it in the studio. Like even Tom was saying this, like, this album is better than Songworks Volume 1. Like that kept getting said, and I'm like, but that door's on Songworks Volume 1, and that's my favorite song ever. But yeah, I think pound for pound we turned out a better album, and I think this album is better for the 3 or 4 month delay in making it, because as you guys can tell with a lot of these tracks, or I hope that you can tell that anyway from listening to them, a lot more went into the production of these tracks than went into the stuff that was on Volume 1. I felt like in Volume 1 we were just trying to test the limits of what we could do with these songs, and just kind of being giddy that we had done 10 songs that we wrote in front of people, you know. And with this record we were like, let's make an album. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna make an album out of this. This is gonna.
It's the sophomore curse, right? You either go full mainstream.
Yes.
You take off in your own direction.
Yes. And I think that, like, I do think this is, I listen to this record and go, this is the second Songworks record. it does not, to me anyway, does not suffer from that sophomore curse. It's like we cut a good record. The trust you have in the chat, the musician, and the producer is a testament to your creative prowess and skills. Oh my goodness. Why, thank you, Coach. That's super nice. Yeah, Art, talk about that for a second. Like the comfortability to trust other people with your vision.
Well, we were talking about this earlier during one of the songs. That I don't think we could have done this when we were in our early 20s. And some of that has to do with the inexperience, that we didn't know the processes. We hadn't written enough songs to really understand what writing a song was. But it's also the ego and the egocentric, or the egocentric drive to express oneself that leads to most music, I think, that's created by people who are under a certain age. And with this, you have to give away part of your ego. You have to say, this is not my vision, it's our vision. And the ability to compromise creatively is, I don't want to say it's certainly not unique, but it is a rarity in this space. So there's something really unique about what we're doing here, and embracing the ability, not only embracing it, but nourishing it. Nurturing, as we said once, nurturing the vibrant spirit that lies behind each of the individuals in chat, and each of the musicians and producers and engineers that we work with, recognizing that there's a human spirit there that wants to express something, and they've chosen a way to express it. If we tell them what to play, we're not giving them that expression or that expressive opportunity. If we just write the song, that's us enforcing our ego on it. If we pull in your ideas and your voices, it's no longer just ours. And conversely, it gets easier to tell people, hey, look at this wonderful thing, when you're not the only egomaniac who's sat at the table and wrote it, you know? There's something beautiful about sharing the credit.
I think so too. I have learned, personally, I know I have learned so much about myself and how I work with others during this whole process. And, you know, I definitely think that this has tempered my desire to just have things the way I want it, you know. And yeah, I understand that how I want it isn't always what is best for the product. And so you and I doing this together has made me think of the product as something to be elevated towards, and doing what's important to make that the best thing, rather than doing what I want on it so it sounds like I want it to sound. God damn it. Like that's
right. Because part of this is that you've embraced the process, the idea of the process, as well as the product. Mm-hmm. And for a lot of artists, the entire process is sitting at a table and doing it themselves. It's an isolated thing. And our process, we open to you guys and say, come be a part of it. It's an act of vulnerability, to be sure, but it's a way of making the creative process less lonely and less ego driven, so that the things that we're saying it as a community to some degree. Mm-hmm. Even when there's stories, the stories that we write are supposed to be stories that have universal appeal to some degree. You're supposed to be able to have the human experience listening to a story, I think. And in short form, like we do it, and mixed with music, it has the potential to be a much more powerful artistic expression than you might get with prose or even poetry. And so I've said a lot of things, combined they might be that having a community of artistic peers that you can work with is in itself, as a process, unique and valuable. And the fact that we have a product that we can come up with at the end of this and share with you is icing on the cake, in my opinion.
Well said. Yep. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Special K. In no way ever would any of us, except for maybe Rock the Piano and a few others, would ever be able to create original music art that will live on. You give us all that opportunity. Oh, thank you. I'm just really glad that you guys see enough value in this to keep us doing it, because I think that with the release of this right here, this guy, I think that Art and I have turned a corner. I think on our production capabilities and our ability to produce. Like I think we've definitely hit another level with what we've been able to accomplish on an album. I don't know if anybody
And we
else
found
feels
each
like
other's
that.
edges.
Yeah.
I mean, creatively, I think we found each other's edges, the places you stay away from. Maybe there are a few more to discover in the future, but it's really helpful as an artistic partner to know when to push and when not to push.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's the, you know, I love the organic nature of music these days. You know, I said that, you know, I'm in Thurston Howell and it's great. And I absolutely adore those guys. And I'm in Abacab and it's great. And I adore those guys. One of probably my favorite gig of the month is still Monday Night Live because it's so organic and I don't know what's going to happen as, you know, requests and whatever. I like the organic nature of Songworks too. And everybody's like, I want to write a song about this fucking sloth in a trench coat. Like, really? Art goes, yes, really. I'm putting it on the list. And then it goes on the list. And then it ends up in the fucking song. Like,
there's one other thing that goes along with this, and it's sort of tied to what Derek said there. Specifically the second part, attached to ideas and sad to see them go. There's something that I say to Pete a lot, which isn't pretty, but it's true. Kill your babies. And the idea is that if you get too attached to a specific idea, it can ruin the whole product. So, I mean, I think that that's really important to learn as an artist, that some of your favorite ideas just don't belong here and now. Sometimes you put them back in the toolbox, you pull them off the shelf later. But don't get too attached to an idea because it never dies. It just stays inside you until you're ready to express it.
Yeah. Yeah. Art and I have been talking about that. Art and I have been talking about that concept, since fucking Weather Patterns, really. Like, there were moments on that, but there were definitely more moments on Childish Things, especially when you and I started working on new stuff together, that, you know, that concept really started to take hold. Like, now, I mean, I know we're all into this, but this isn't really like this anymore. We should, you know, we got to try to change it up a little bit. And then that, you know, it ends up, like you said, what is best for the art, not what is best for us, you know? So there's some talk of Songworks Volume 3 in the chat. I would like to address that. So Art and I have been talking, and the Songworks project is super dope and super awesome and super fun, and we would love it. But he and I are sitting on a ton of material, a lot of which that needs released and some that needs written. And since we were already doing Childish Things, and I'm to the point with that record where all I have to do is sing it all and then get somebody to mix it and master it, which I've got. Eric from Thurston Howell is going to do that for me, and he did the amazing mixing and mastering work on Childish Things, which I think sounds amazing. Like that, I'm going to tell him, like, yeah, mix everything like that because it sounds great. But I want to try to put that album out, you know, get that album out this year, and then we can be like, hey, we made 2 albums this year. And then Art, we wanted to start working on Mutual Friends, right? The dearth of material that you wrote during the pandemic.
Man, I have been playing these songs in my living room, feels like forever now, and it surprises me that we haven't put them out yet. So yeah, I'd love to get some of these demos out. And like Mutual Friends, I think that song, the more I listen to it, the more I love it. Yeah,
you guys haven't heard that yet, but it's a delightful song. It really is delightful. It's gonna, yeah. Well, depending on what else goes on that record, but I think Mutual Friends is probably a good candidate for opening that album. I don't know.
It's a good one, man. It's fun. It's unique. It's interesting, and I can say that about pretty much everything else we've got to release is that like Victoria is I don't think you've heard harmonies like that from us or really from anywhere for a while. I don't know who's doing it now, stuff like that, but yeah, there's a lot of really interesting stuff coming out. But that said, on point, I do think that we should get back to Songworks 3 after we release Childish Things at least.
Yeah.
But the plan right now is to get together in September and maybe hammer out some of mutual friends. Maybe we'll do some recording and releases without doing the album first, like we did with Childish Things, or maybe and go back to Songworks 3, or maybe we'll release the entire album first. But I'm sure Pete is happy to succumb to pressure from chat, so feel free to just ream him about Songworks 3. I'll be here for it.
Well, Songworks Volume 3 following a single cohesive theme. The inherent problem that I see with that is that you may have people who join in not at the beginning of a song or not at the beginning of the process. Maybe they jump in on song 3 or song 4. And in the spirit of anybody saying anything, I think giving it a cohesive theme. Okay, now it's song 4. Well, the cohesive theme is this, so we have to write a song like that. Like it's almost...
Hey, Pete.
It might be taking away chat's agency. I don't know. What do you think?
Did you ever do that thing where you like somebody would write a few lines of a story and then you'd pass it on to the next person and they would write a few lines and it would go in crazy?
Yes. Okay.
Do something like that. We could start a story with the first song and then every song that comes develops that story so we don't know where it's going to end up. It could be fun to do a theme album like that.
That's an interesting way to think about it.
Genesis did it. I mean, pretty much you name it.
Well, they didn't do it like this.
Like that. Well, no.
But yes.
No, of course, nobody's done it like this yet.
But that would be an interesting concept challenge. Album. Like, you've
like
given...
step through the story.
You have given me some stuff to think about. Yeah.
That could be fun.
I always, forgive me, one of the first things that I think about is the challenge in doing the thing. Oh, this came out. One of the first things I think about is like, how is this going to be hard? It's just it's a character flaw of mine. It's the first thing I think of. It is. It's the first thing I think of when I think of a task. I think how can this go wrong?
I'm the exact opposite. I always think, how can I make this fun?
Oh, no, I think about that. I do eventually think about how to make it fun. But the first thing that I always think of is, how can this go wrong? And so I try to, in my mind, like, I try to think about, because I know how it could go wrong, how could I steer out of that if that actually happens? You know what I mean? Or how can we get it back to good, knowing that this bad thing could happen? And I don't know. It's whatever. It's a character flaw. I'll own it. It's fine.
Get back to good. Yeah, we could pick a theme like that and then just tell a story through the eyes of one continuous character who goes through fabulous misadventures. Was it Pink Floyd? Did they do the concept album where they had this weird little creature that was going through all the storylines in the album? I thought it was Genesis, but maybe it was Pink Floyd.
I'm not sure.
I thought Peter Gabriel wrote it. About some weird, malformed, misshapen little creature.
Oh, well, there is a... Genesis does sing about malformed creatures. They have a song called Squonk. That's the...
Squonk.
You know, the where you go on a snipe hunt and the squonk dissipates into a pool of tears and there's nothing in the sack. Or there's the slipper men when... I'm not even going to go into that story. That's a fucking weird story.
And you got Fish with Esther, but
yes, with the puppet.
The caffeine, yeah, we could actually do it like Lost, right? We start out with a bunch of people on an island, no idea where it's going to go, and suddenly we're either in heaven or not. Who knows? But that's the fun of it, man. That's the fun of like, one, the challenge of putting the stories together. 2, the through line is going to be determined by chat. Like, they're the ones who are going to define what this song is about. And this song is going to be an episode in that life, the life of that character. I think it sounds like fun. Would y'all be up for that?
Possibly. Take notes. Take notes. Let's revisit that when Songworks 3 time is up. All right. Well, actually, I was just getting ready to say it's 11 o'clock. We've actually been, yeah, that's right. Special K, put it in the idea box. This has been going on. Like, we're like, what do you think? About an hour, hour and a half? No, 2 hours, whatever. 4 hours. This has been going on. And it's been an absolute blast. And we got rated and we got new follows. That's great. But we need to find some cool people out there to send you guys to that are doing something.
Good night, Gracie.
Yes. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to finish Chido's things. That's going to happen this summer. Among all of the Thurston Howell, Thurston Howell, this and that we're doing. But let's see. You know what? I think we're going to do Taryn Seattle. We have not gone to see her in a while.
Sleep well, Bards.
You guys all have a great night. Thank you. Get on the raid train here. There we go. Oh, Special K, damn it. It did not, in fact, happen this summer. Oh, we love you too, Derek. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, Art, for taking the time and coming on the show. And
thanks, Pete, for taking the leap, man.
Yeah, this was low key and very, very cool. We got to tell a lot of very cool stories, and you guys all got to see kind of how the sausage is made. Please, before you go, hey, check it out. If you haven't heard the album, you want to get your own copy, right there in the chat is the hyperfollow for all the Discord where all the streaming is, and the Bandcamp link if you'd like to support us directly. Yeah, please buy it. Don't stream it. But if you have to stream it, we just want you to hear it. We just want you to hear it. That's really it. So, and thank you for helping us write it. And you guys are rad. All right, here we go. I'm going to post that raid call one more time, and then I'm going to hit the button.
Peace out.
There we are. You guys take care. We'll see you next time.